All right, good evening, everyone. It's August 20th, Thursday, 2026. You're watching Call for Two. You're joining me for part 6 of our playthrough of the Collector Case 3, the Collector Trilogy Case 3, The Actress. We are on the last game day of this epic case written by Anna, who is in the channel with us today. Let me actually check in here with the chat. So we took off yesterday, but we've been playing most of the days for the last 7 or 8 days. And it's not clear whether we'll finish tonight. We are starting a little bit later than normal, and it's sort of going to depend how long this day lasts. We do want to make sure we leave some time at the end, in addition to reading the epilogue and answering the questions and reading the postscript from Anna. We want to leave some time to talk about the game. So probably the smart thing to do is not try to finish tonight, to break up the session at some point and continue tomorrow night, Friday evening, which is what I'll assume we're going to be doing. But if we get ahead of the curve and we have time and energy, we could finish tonight. I have in front of me the documents we've gathered so far in the course of this game. 3 newspapers, 2 ransom notes, a whole bunch of photographs of the players, and we have wrapped up, it seems like we've wrapped up our main case with the collector, and we thought we had solved our case of Georgia Price, the Hollywood actress who wants to act in plays but is this narcissist no one likes. She arranged a fake kidnapping for publicity, and she's turned up dead. Dead of an apparent suicide, locked in her own bathroom in a hotel where she was hiding out. On the counter, an open bottle of Valorum sleeping crystals that you would mix with your tea or whatever, your water, to help you sleep, and a little bag of cocaine, again, some crystal. And she's got all the signs of cyanide poisoning. So, while acknowledging the possibility that she's killed herself to get revenge on everyone, and even the psychiatrist says, well, you know, you got a narcissistic personality, probably not, but you could easily imagine a world where they're about to be caught and they want to go out on their own terms and maybe be the star of attention for one last time. Maybe even get her rival Audrey Seals in trouble. But we don't think so. We think she's been murdered. And so two natural possibilities for her murder are someone poisoning the cocaine, someone poisoning the sleeping medicine. So we've been tracking down those angles, traced down the drug dealer. We didn't actually we visited the friend who's giving her the drugs, but not the main source of the drug dealer. But it doesn't make any sense that it would be the drug dealer. The sleeping medicine seems much more likely. It looks like the same crystal they use in rat traps with cyanide, and we've tracked down a whole bunch of people who had access to such rat crystal poison cyanide traps, including the husband who had the last person to touch her specific bottle of sleeping medicine, so he could have poisoned it and then been away while she took it, but it seems unlikely. He didn't know she was planning to do this. The timing would be very coincidental, and the marriage looks okay. He's putting up with her nonsense. He wants her money, and she seems to like him well enough. That creates a bit of a problem for us because it looked like no one knew where she was hiding out. So who would have had time to poison it? And it has to be poisoned because she's alone in her bathroom when she dies. But we did get one key clue, which is that at the Florence Hotel where she's hidden out, the proprietor of the hotel says she thought that Georgia left late on, I think it was Friday night, right before she turned up dead. She thought she saw her leaving. She saw someone with blonde hair leaving, but then she was so paranoid she waited up for her and she never came home, and now they've discovered the body. So it seems to be someone else seen leaving the hotel that looks like Georgia Price, who's not a guest. And I forget who it was. Oh, it was me. I said, you know, we learned about the Ada Bossi, who is the rival, not the rival to Georgia Price, but Ada Bossi is like an understudy. She's clinging onto Georgia Price, studying her every move. She would get the part if Georgia Price didn't get it, and she's a bit we weren't sure she was unstable, but we did talk to her, and she gave us the day that Georgia Price walked off rehearsal set towards the subway. Ada Bossi was one of the people who told us, yeah, I saw her leaving, here's where she went. And we saw some other line about someone saying that Ada Bossy was like following her around a little over the last few weeks. And I said, what if Ada Bossy decided to follow Georgia Price that afternoon? Not just saw where she went, but followed her. Because our big problem is no one knew where Georgia was. She was hiding out alone. She came up with this whole scheme by herself, we thought. She did send a letter to the Daily News trying to get publicity for it, but no one knew where it was. And so we thought, wait a minute, what if Ada Bossy followed her and then she would know where she is? And sure enough, when we finally find Ada Bossy, a little bit hard to track her down, but we found her. She's looking unusually blonde, like she's dyed her hair blonde. She's in a church praying. And she admits that she followed Georgia Price to the hotel in the Bowery. And she's wacko. Like she's talking about how Jesus told her, I forgot what Jesus told her, but Jesus was talking to her. So in other words, we've got someone who looks like the person who's seen leaving the hotel, who knows where Georgia is holed up in the hotel, who seems to be off her rocker, wants her dead. I mean, we don't know that she wants her dead, but all the pieces seem to be falling into place that it was Ada Bossy. Now, Ada Bossy would have had to sort of, if Georgia Price isn't leaving a room, then she can't sneak in unseen and poison her Valorum, and we don't know, maybe she's seen Georgia take her Valorum, so maybe she knows what she's trying to poison, but we don't know how premeditated it is. We tried to find Ada maybe buying rat poison on that day, like maybe this is an unpremeditated action, then she would have had to buy the rat poison right away. But it seems like she's going to have knocked on the door and said, Georgia, it's me, Ada Bossy. I saw where you went. Let's talk. I mean, she can't just sneak in because Georgia's there in her hotel room. So we don't really know how that went down. But surely this is our number one lead. And then on our last night, which was Sunday night, the day before our final Monday, if we just look at the leads we followed up, we tried to find the pesticides, drugstores, we talked to the family again, we tracked down the husband. We realized the husband has a valid reason for leaving town, to try to buy Seabiscuit, the famous horse. And we went to a bunch of places. Now, two of the pesticide places that seemed the most promising wanted marker X3, which we have not gotten yet. So we don't know exactly what that is, but we want to try to find it if we can. And then at the very end, in our overtime down to 10 p.m., we took a whole bunch of demerits to check out some final leads, and we finally found Arthur Baxter in the Diamond Palace, drinking his sorrows away in liquor and with his head on the lap of a dancing girl. We may want to reread that because it did seem like it might have introduced something slightly new to us. And as we start Monday, there are two things that we're expecting to be ready for us: the coroner and the lab report on the crystals, and a typewriter analysis of the two typewritten notes that we've got access to. One was sent to the Daily News, telling them about the kidnapping, I think, and one sent to the Villager about the earlier divorce. We think we've solved that mystery, but maybe it needs to be followed up on anyway. And then there are a couple of things we didn't yet do. We didn't talk to Edwin Day, the director of the play. Seems like that's a no-brainer that we'll want to do. And there were a couple other things we didn't have time to do. The last thing I'll say before I check in with the chat to see if you can think of anything I'm forgetting is Anna was telling me how she's tweaked a little bit of the rules about overtime and leads, and she basically says, we are going to need to have found all of these markers when we get to the end. So in the previous days, we've read something that says, well, if you should have all these markers, but if you don't, well, you're just taking your chances. And in some cases, it felt like we were so confident that we didn't worry about it. But Anna says now, from now on, and maybe retroactively for new players, if you're missing a marker, you're going to be forced to read a hint and forced to read those markers. So basically, she was saying, when we last played on Wednesday, I was like, Tuesday, I was like, well, I don't want to get the overtime demerits. I want to try to max out our score. And she was saying, you really shouldn't be doing that. You should, if there's anything you can think of to do, you should better to do it and take a demerit in overtime. All right, is there anything that I haven't talked about? I guess we'll quickly go through our cards and try to find our to-do list. And I think maybe I want to reread the Diamond Palace lead, which is how we ended our session on Tuesday, 6-3-2-7-2. Anything I have left out? I guess while we're catching up here, I want to remind you that on Saturday in 2 days' time at 1, I think I scheduled it for 1 p.m. Central Standard, 1 p.m. Central, whatever, is a New York Noir design diary. So I will be talking about these cases we've been playing. I'll talk about a whole bunch of new updates to the New York Noir website, some new volunteer work, a new tutorial if you feel like authoring a case. Lots to talk about. Is there anything I have not mentioned in my recap? So while I'm waiting, I'm going to try to find our to-do list. We haven't been back to the divorce. We haven't been back to the birth and death records or marriage records. We don't think those are important. They could be. I guess our number one thing is to try to find that X3 marker, which is related to the pesticides. But I think, if I had to guess, I'm guessing we're going to get that in our lab analysis Monday morning. But where is our notes to visit Edwin Day? I'll bet you that we are going to there it is. I'll bet you that we are going to get that X3 when we get the lab analysis or autopsy. Okay, Jonathan says there's nothing that he can think of that I missed on recap. All right. Well, let's read the introduction to our last day of the case, Monday morning. Or did you want to reread? Let's just skim over this last read, the last lead we read on Tuesday night when we finally ran into Arthur Baxter. So he's crying into the lap of the dancer, and he says, what are you doing here? We're looking for you. And we ask him, we say, Miss Price's death shook you pretty badly. And then it turns out he admits he was in love with her. They had a whole love affair of sorts. Georgia and I were lovers. There, are you happy now? When did your affair start? In October. She didn't waste much time. I guess she did have a thing for Englishmen. So she's married to the Lord guy, and now she's hooking up with this guy who's also British. Didn't you say her mother was English? He gets a little upset. He says, all right, let me tell you about the affair. It started early in October. We met almost every week, mostly on Wednesdays when her husband was in his club. That's the horse racing club. At the end of November, when Georgia said we should stop, I didn't understand why. So I suppose that's sort of interesting to us because what's happened in November? So October to end of November, Georgia and Baxter affair. He gets jealous, so he's admitting she's jealous, and then he thinks she was having a new lover, and we say, who? And he says, I don't know. I thought it was Sylvester Tracy, but I'm not sure. I don't think she cared about me at all. So I guess the reason I wanted to reread this is I did remember that when we got to this, it opened up the possibility that something else was going on. And I think what we entertained was, what's the likelihood that she's hooked up with Ada Bossy and Ada Bossy is jealous or something? But it could be. It absolutely could be. But it seems like maybe that's not likely, because what we read about Ada Bossy, and we may want to go back and read more, try to backfill some of our memory. But what we think about happened with Ada Bossy is we were told that Ada Bossy did not have luck with men the way Georgia did. Georgia had the men wrapped around her fingers. Ada Bossy is sort of shadowing Georgia Price, trying to be her, wants her stardom, wants her skill at men, and is not having skill at getting the men. And she might be jealous of Georgia Price's success with men. So we don't think she's having an affair, but she could be. John says, we think she seduced Tracy around then. Isn't the December 7th entry when it seems like she told Seals about sleeping with Tracy? You know, you keep bringing that up, and I'm afraid, I think I have to admit that I just do not have a great memory of her talking about being with Sylvester Tracy. So let's take a look at that. Let's take a look at that before we start here. This is her diary. So they ended it in November, the end of November. I have a brilliant idea how to get my revenge. Okay, that's not that. Okay, it's done. Who's laughing now, Miss I'm so perfect? And they say someone so beautiful at me can't be as smart as well. Okay, it's done. What's done? Do I remember this? What did she do? I think that's when she ruined the marriage. And then by leaking to the paper, is that what's happened here? And then by December 7th, she's angry about this dinner thing, wearing the wrong dress. And then she says about what she's whispered to her. I ruined her good mood pretty quickly. I just had to whisper those magic words in her ugly ear. She acted like she didn't believe me, of course, but I know she did. She must not. Now we'll see what will happen. So, I guess, Jonathan, you're assuming that this is where she whispers in her ear that she has slept with Tracy. But isn't it possible that what she's whispering in her ear is reminding her that Sylvester Tracy had the affair with Kellett? I guess it could go either way. And then January 10th is when her the article about Audrey Seale's divorce comes up that she's upset about. Jonathan says the way he reads it is she slept with Tracy on the 3rd and then told Audrey Seales on the 7th. I like that reading. So November 15th, she hates Audrey Seales. And then November 21st, she comes up with a plan to sleep with Sylvester Tracy. That's how she's going to get her revenge. And then you're saying that December 3rd, she has slept with him. And December 7th, she's whispered in her ear, hey, I just slept with your cheating husband. I like your theory a lot, actually. Okay. Well, let us read now the intro to our final day. I think that makes a lot of sense. Okay, pretty exciting. Here we go. Remember, you shouldn't be watching this. I should have given you the normal warning. Obviously, if you haven't watched the previous 5 sessions, you should not be watching this one. Okay, here we go. Day 5. 6th Police Precinct, 6th Precinct Headquarters, Monday, January 21st. The medical examiner and the toxicology lab must be ready by now, so you can call them today. You might want to follow a few more other leads before you report to the chief. Day starts at 8 a.m. Day ends at 12 noon. Okay, so a short day. This is like a final extra bonus day to wrap up stuff. I've done that in my cases, so maybe we do have time to finish tonight. So at noon, we need to report to the chief about Georgia Price's death. You can go overtime and report later if you feel you need more time. Okay, so we should take as much time as we want tracking down other leads. When you're ready, go to questions. If you're stuck, don't forget to use the hints. If you asked for a few typewritten samples yesterday, in other words, you found documents 13 and 15, go here. Okay, so we're going to start a new log. We'll do it this way. Okay, so this is Monday, day 5, January 21st. Our day is starting at 8 a.m. And at 12 noon, we're supposed to report to the chief, but he is used to us now getting there late. And we want to make sure we go to the medical examiner and toxicology, assuming those are different. And let's not forget the typewriter analysis. Okay. Well, I guess we start here with typewriting analysis. 69546 and 108. Arrange these. Okay. Typewriting analysis. 30 minutes, so it's now 8:30. What was our 8 a.m. lead? 69546. That was our typewriter. Typewritten samples are on your desk. Circle document 19 and gain access to document 19. Okay, so there are 2 of the 21 documents left that we have not yet seen. This is one of them, so we've got only one more document beyond this that we haven't yet seen. And this is a reprinted version, new from Anna. Let's see what we've got. Report says, after visiting all of the involved people's homes and workplaces, they found 5 typewriters. Here are the samples. Edwin Day's typewriter, the Madison Square Theater office typewriter, Arthur Baxter's typewriter, and Lord Lytton's house typewriter. So what we expect to find, just if we were clever, we will find that this typewriter matches the one of the letters sent to the newspaper, the first one, revealing information about the divorce and Sylvester Tracy's real name being Monroe. We believe we have figured out that it's Arthur Baxter ahead of time. And we think that Georgia wrote the other one. Whether that's going to be one of these or not. But we expect this one to match one of the letters to the early letters in the newspaper. So let's go get those 2 documents. There were 2 letters to the editor. This one and this one. I believe those are our only typewritten. What about her suicide note? Not suicide note. Georgia wrote that one. Okay, let's take a look. So here are our 2. This is the one that we think Georgia wrote, and here is the one that we believe Arthur Baxter wrote. So what we want to do is see if we can't match it to this. It sure looked, oh no, not that. Oh, I guess he could have used the theater one. Anyone could have used the theater one. Okay, let's see. I mean, this looks much dimmer than this, but it could be just a typewriter ribbon. How are we going to do it? Okay, so one thing that jumped out at me is how bold the periods are on this typewriter and the commas. Like, that's a big, giant period. Maybe we can zoom up a bit. So I think it's going to match the theater office one. Now, look, what else is weird? Look at these eyes. They're like curvy. Why? This eye is like a wave. In fact, there's squiggles all over that. And is that what we're seeing here? Yeah. Okay, no doubt about it. This letter sent to the newspaper about the divorce was written on the theater typewriter. So that doesn't help us that much, but someone in that acting troupe, unless they have the same typewriter as this guy, but no, it's not quite the same, is it? No, it's different. And with a tiny little period here at the end. Why is this, why is the thing having such a, well, I mean, it's not terribly tiny. Any other, I'm just looking for things to type it out. I suppose it doesn't matter if it also matches Lord Lytton's, does it? Because as long as we know it could be from the, no, it's a different eye. Okay, so this letter was written from the theater. I think we can all agree with that. So I think what we've got here is it's still Arthur Baxter, but now he's using the theater's typewriter. That's my theory. Although now it could be someone like Edwin Day, but surely he wouldn't have a motive, and we think Arthur Baxter does. Okay, so that's the theater one. Now, can we lock down... I mean, this is a little weird because we're fairly certain that this one, we know this is the letter that our girl Georgia Price sent to the Daily News. So look at this typeface. If you're looking for something weird, look at how the M's have a white line in them. Like that has a white line, like the letters are broken. Look how weird that is. That's a broken M, a broken R, and it's not just there. Look, it's on every R. It's a little broken white line through it. And so, do we have any broken white lines here? Certainly not at the Madison Square Theater. Certainly looks completely different from the rest of those. What about at the Lytton House? Is that our broken white lines? Look at that weird L. Let's find an L. That's a very weird looking L. So there's the L. I believe this is our match here. I believe that this is Georgia writing her note at home that she delivers. Any other, let's see, I guess we could look at that apostrophe, compare that to that. I wonder, we should have some side-by-side system technology on this channel. I'm going to look into that later, but I think what we've got here is very clear. We've got the note we think Arthur Baxter sent written on the typewriter in the theater, and the note that we're positive Georgia sent, she's typed it up from her home. So, okay, just confirmation of most of what we already think, but maybe holding the door open to the idea that someone else in the theater group wrote about the divorce, but we're fairly certain it's Baxter. Baxter is the one person who seems to have a motive of jealousy, got the personality for it, and knew the information. You know what? I'm not a big fan of this motive means opportunity. It feels like that's not complete. This guy has a personality trait that would seem like he would do it. Okay, medical examiner. Yes, we're going to go to the medical examiner, and we're going to go to toxicology next. Let's go to the medical examiner. So, what are we looking for? We're looking for the chief medical examiner. 47384. Now it's 8:30. We're going to the medical examiner. Okay. If it's Monday, go to 62296. How much you want to bet we're going to get X3 when we get the toxicology reports? That it's cyanide from a rat thing. 99. All right. Here we go. Pretty exciting. I like that we've had to wait for this. Put this aside. Here we go. Chief medical examiner, 30 minutes. It's now 9 a.m. Time of death was sometime between 7 and 9 p.m. on Friday. Cause was cardiac arrest. I found a very minimal amount of cocaine in Miss Price's blood, so I would say she took a dose the day before she died, probably on Thursday evening, but it has nothing to do with her death. There was a much more substantial amount of barbital in her stomach, so I guess she took a dose of veronal before she died. Not a lethal amount, though. Her symptoms point to cyanide poisoning. Cyanide causes chemical suffocation by blocking cells from using oxygen, and it kills quickly. That's why the skin turns blue, the teeth are clenched, and the mouth is frothing. Causes loss of consciousness and cardiac arrest eventually, like in Miss Price's case. But the problem is, I didn't find any cyanide in her stomach, or anything else that could have killed her. What do you mean? Well, the test we use to detect cyanide is called a Prussian blue test, where a mixture of chemicals is added to purified bits of the stomach and its contents in a flask. If cyanide is present, a brilliant blue would appear, but at test after test, still no blue. Detective, I really can't understand this. Is it purified bits of the stomach, or do you mean like pulverized bits of the stomach? Circle Q3. What the hell? It's not in her stomach? What does that mean? How can it not be in her stomach? Unless she's snorting it in the cocaine? She's snorting it in the cocaine, so it's not in her stomach? I guess if we think that Ada Bossi contaminated it, I guess she could put it in either one, but it looks like it would match better with the Veronal, and she didn't have any cocaine that night, so that doesn't really make sense. Although, I guess, yeah, if you swapped out all of the cocaine with cyanide, but they're going to analyze the cocaine bag, so we're going to find out in a second. If it was in the cocaine, when they analyze the cocaine bag, they'll say it's cyanide. Okay. Maybe this guy just doesn't know that report yet. So Q3, if you want to know more about cyanide poisoning, look it up in the poison book at the station. I guess we want to look that up because I feel like we know enough about it. We looked it up at the library, but I wonder if there's more to look up. So let's just look up a little bit more about cyanide, assuming we haven't already done so. And then we'll go to toxicology. Cyanide poisoning continued. Cyanide poisoning results from exposure, 30 minutes, 9:30. Exposure to any of a number of forms of cyanide. Early symptoms include headache, dizziness, fast heart rate, shortness of breath, possibly vomiting. This phase may then be followed by seizures, slow heart rate, low blood pressure, loss of consciousness, cardiac arrest. Onset of symptoms usually occurs within a few minutes. Cyanide ions interfere with cellular respiration, resulting in the body's tissue being unable to use oxygen. Cyanide poisoning can result from the ingestion of cyanide salts, imbibing pure liquid prussic acid, skin absorption of prussic acid, intravenous infusion of nitroprusside for hypertensive crisis, or the inhalation of hydrogen cyanide gas. As potential contributing factors, cyanide is present in tobacco smoke, seeds or kernels such as those of almonds, apricots, apples, oranges, and flaxseed, foods including cassava and bamboo shoots. Okay, but not enough. So I wonder, it's a fun locked room mystery, right? She's locked in this thing. It doesn't seem like anyone could get in and leave. So we're fairly certain someone poisoned the cocaine or the velorum barbiturate. But if neither of those turn out to be poisoned, then we have a slightly different crime going on. And you could imagine a world where Georgia Price is in the bathroom and our Ada Bossy breaks in to her room, finds her in the bathroom, and sort of like sprays the perfume, sprays some cyanide gas under the door, and that kills her. But we're going to have to wait for the toxicology to be sure. But do you have a bet? This might be a fun moment to like ask the players to write down what they think the toxicology report, or not here, but in the toxicology, what the toxicology report is going to say. Do you have a guess? The fact that it's not in her stomach is problematic to me. I wonder if we're not going to find it in either. That would certainly complicate everything. If I had to guess, the cyanide rat poison is all yellow. I think Georgia would notice that. Isara says no blue showed up. What actual results did he see? I mean, those are the results. The way any other color, the way that most of the drug tests work is their reaction tests. So, like a detective or forensics or a cop wouldn't put some chemical under a spectroscope and see all the chemicals. They'd have special test kits, and the test kit, its whole purpose is you add it and it changes color if there's a match, and if there isn't a match, you just get nothing. You don't know anything. So the only thing you get on these tests is positive it changed colors or nothing. Okay, let's go to our toxicologist. There's no point in, I mean, as Sherlock Holmes would say, there's no point in us theorizing much before we actually get the data that's waiting for us. So we want toxicology here. Where is toxicology? I wonder, we don't have it in our lists. Let's see if we can find it ourselves in the directory. We would want an NYPD lab toxicology. We'll see if we find it. If not, it could be one of these directory issues, but we want police special lab. Let's see if we can find it. Police labs. Forensic documents, hair, toxicology chem lab in the Civic Center on Ann Street, 28757. And it is now 9:30. We're going to toxicology. 8757, did I say? 7. Okay. $28757. I'm very curious to see what the toxicology reveals. Okay, interesting. If it's Monday, do we have R4? We do not have R4. We don't even have R3. So we need to make a note that we want to come back here with R4. If we don't have R4, we're going to 53953. 53953. You don't have marker 53953. 30 minutes, it's now 10 a.m. We examined the cocaine that was found in Miss Price's purse. It's good quality, not contaminated or mixed with cyanide or other poisons. It seems to be the same as the sample you sent in yesterday for examination. Now, the Veronal bottle found in the bathroom just contained the normal barbitol, the kind you can purchase in a drugstore. No cyanide in that either. Nothing poisonous in the food samples Officer Dreen took from the hotel's kitchen either. Uh-huh. We know Georgia likes perfume. I'm really wondering if, what if Ada Bossy like visited her and she's like, I brought you a gift. Here's some perfume. Of course, we didn't smell any perfume. We might want to reread the scene again to see if we see any perfume bottles in the scene. Okay, so the plot has thickened once again. No cyanide in the cocaine, no cyanide in her stomach, no cyanide in the barbitol. But every sign that she died of cyanide poisoning. I think the cyanide gas is going to be what we were looking at here. Jonathan says, I'm not actually sure she loves perfume. I think we didn't see any in her home. Only time we smelled it was in her dressing room. That could have been someone else. Yeah. Why don't we try... Okay, well, that's fascinating. We don't have the R4. Could have been in a cigarette she smoked too. All right, so we've got a mystery on our hands. Cyanide delivery. We could have a cigarette. Could Ada Bossy have come and brought a poisoned cigarette? That would be easier than spraying some cyanide gas. You come, you share a cigarette with her, you give her a poisoned cigarette. She'd have to make her way to the bathroom and lock herself in, though. That's the weird part. The cigarette, perfume, gas of some sort. Or injection, I suppose. Jonathan says, it doesn't seem like it would be R4, but should we visit the drug dealer? I guess we probably should. But hold on a second. I want to... toxicology typewriter medical examiner. We've done that. We do have a tag that seems related to cyanide. I want to revisit the scene of the crime again. So let me see if I can find that for us so we don't have to look it up. It would be the Hotel Florence. I just want to look at that scene of the crime again because we went there very early. Hotel Florence 40561. I want to see if anything jumps out differently to us now. Four, oh, five, six, 7. So this was yesterday morning. We confront her about the hotel. She tells us about someone being seen. We should also point out that 7 to 9 p.m. is when she died. And here we have, when we talk to the landlady, she sees someone leaving closer to 9. So there's our killer. There is our killer, surely. Although you could make the case that they've come in and found her dead, but surely that's our killer. We get told about the other guests. And then this is what I wanted to do. Go to the crime scene, 49266. So we went to the crime scene. You look around in the cozy little room, the attached bathroom. Looks like Green and his team has done a thorough job. You can't find anything new here, although you search for at least half hour. So there's nothing that we find at the scene. But when we listen to the radio about her death, we go to the police. So the scene of the crime wasn't helpful, but it was the other detective who filled us in on what they found, right? And he says this guy Green 27994. So here is Green. He's going to tell us about the scene of the crime. That's what Jonathan is saying here. It was Officer Green who told us about it. Okay, so here we go. He says, went inside the hotel room yesterday around 8:30. We thought there was no one there. Bathroom door was closed with a latch from inside. I forced it open. She's on the floor. Bathroom window also closed. So presumably, I really wish he could tell us if they're up on a high floor. Is it locked? Presumably, I'm assuming it means someone didn't escape out the window, but he's not super clear about that. But no sign of forced entry. Open bottles. We also found her purse with some cocaine. And then we get told that she's got all the signs of cyanide. Bluish, teeth clenched, cyanide poisoning. Probably had died a day before Friday. Now we know she died between 7 and 9. He says you're going to have to wait for the coroner's report. That's it, huh? It does mean, though, that they could have taken away stuff. Like, there could have been perfume in that room that they took away, cigarettes that they took away to analyze, and just have forgotten to tell us about it. That would be a classic thing that happens in real cases all the time. If we go to the drug dealer, maybe he can let us know if Ada Bossy bought any. Yeah. I don't mind going to the drug dealer. It seems like it's a loose end. I just doesn't seem very likely to me. But okay, sure. That's what you want to do. Let's get our list. Where is our drug dealer? Drug dealer is Joe at the Cafe Reggio. Okay, Cafe Reggio. I can't believe we've got a new mystery on our hands. And even if we can figure it out, how are we going to prove it? Cafe Reggio with 2 F's. 30096. Okay, off we go. 30096. AM. So we believe that Benji bought it, and we're too late. He's only there on Sunday. So we're not going to be able to find him. He's gone. I suppose we should have gone to visit him when we were first told about him. I don't think it's going to make much of a difference. I don't think he had much information for us. The cocaine's not laced. There is no way to poison her cocaine and have there not be traces of it in there. But I suppose you could say what Jonathan's theory is, that like, what if Ada Bossy or Edwin Day shows up, knocks on her door, says, "You want to share some of my cocaine?" I just don't see it though. I don't see how it happens. Maybe Anna can decide whether Anna might interject here and say this is a bug. We should be able to go here on Monday. I just don't think it's going to be. I think it's not going to yield us any information, so I'm not worried about it. Sarah asks about the Veronal. We already tracked down the Veronal. We see it's easy to buy. It's got the yellow crystals. You can buy it in a drugstore. We bought a bottle, and it's not contaminated with cyanide. So you could plant clean cocaine in her purse, but the purse was in the locked room. Exactly. And they checked for cocaine in her bloodstream, and they found that she hadn't used it for a day. So she hasn't even used cocaine today. My theory is she could have overdosed on the Veronal. Okay, we know she didn't overdose on the Veronal. It would be totally different symptoms. And the ME already said that she didn't die of Veronal overdose. Jonathan says, I don't think the purse was in the locked room. Is that right? But the cocaine was in the purse. So there's no world where she's taking cocaine in the bathroom, but there's no cocaine in the bathroom. So even if her purse was out of the bathroom and the good cocaine was in there, there's no way that there's, like, she couldn't have taken cocaine in the bathroom, even poisonous cocaine, because there's no sign of it. There's no container for it. There's nothing. So I don't see any world where she's poisoned by something she takes in the bathroom that would leave a physical object, like a bag of cocaine. How quick is this acting? Couldn't she be poisoned in the living room, gone to the bathroom, the poison kicks in? Boy, that is a real stretch, though. So your theory is, like, someone has snuck in or come in, given her some fake cocaine, and then left, not done any of the cocaine herself. And our girl Georgia has her own cocaine, but she's taking the cocaine that this person who's discovered her gives it to her. She's taking it in the living room. She's realized it's poisonous and deadly, so she rushes into the bathroom, but she's still got the sense to lock the door behind her. And then she dies, and then the person who gave her the fake cocaine cleans up. I mean, it's possible. It's possible. But even if you were right, how would we prove it? Absorbed through the skin like lipstick or cosmetic. Nothing that like that has been mentioned. Yeah, that's the question I have for you. How are we going to prove it? Okay, so let's do it this way. I suppose Jonathan's theory was that maybe we could find Ada Bossy. Okay, so let me propose a counter proposal. Jonathan's theory was maybe we go to the drug dealer and we find that someone else was buying drugs from the same drug dealer. Already weird because George is getting her drugs from Benji, and Benji has a connection with this guy. So it would be weird for someone else to have a connection, not with Benji, but with this other guy. But even if Jonathan's theory was right, that we could talk to the drug dealer and find Ada Bossy bought cocaine and that's what she tainted, we know that from the medical examiner report that Georgia, the poison she ingested was pure and not mixed with cocaine. So they know that Georgia hasn't had cocaine in 24 hours. So if it was poison cocaine, it was just pure poison that looked like cocaine. And boy, would that be unpleasant to snort up pure cyanide. So we know it wasn't mixed with cocaine. So even if the theory is right that she took the cocaine outside the bathroom, ran in, locked the door, we're not going to be able to get clues to that at the drug dealer. And in fact, I don't know how we're going to get any clues to that. But let's do it the other way around. Let's assume for a second that our culprit is Ada Bossy. And we're going to assume that she's had to construct the way to deliver this cyanide, or someone has to come up with the way to deliver the cyanide, not in the Varanol and not in the cocaine. And furthermore, because we see who we think is Ada Bossy leaving around the time of death, we believe that person had access to George's room. Okay, I'm not disagreeing. Why she's running in the bathroom? How do we know she wasn't poisoned in the living room? Okay, so I guess my point is not that she wasn't poisoned in the living room. I can buy your idea that she's poisoned in the living room, runs into the bathroom, locks the door. Seems a little less likely to me, but it's possible. But either way, my challenge to you is, if we think about the ways that could have happened, and we restrict those to ways that include the murderer coming to her hotel room, then I think what we might be looking at is, it's not in her stomach. So I think what we're looking at is someone bringing her, if I had to guess, something, they could have even slipped something under her door that got on her skin. Or more likely, I'm thinking some gas sprayed under the door. But either way, my question is, how are we going to catch this? And so the way I was thinking is, if we think about the ways it could be delivered, let's say perfume, cigarette, then maybe what we should be looking for is catching someone buying cigarettes, buying perfume near the scene of the crime or where they live. Is that a possibility? Like, could we go to a cigarette shop? Could we try to catch Ada Bossy buying cigarettes or perfume? And why can we not find this marker? It's not in her stomach, so it was not put in the food. It could have been put on the clothing. but we know the person has showed up in their room around the time of death, so that's very likely the event of poisoning. I'm going to put on our list the idea of a perfume shop, cigarette shop. Anything else jump out to us here that would help us? Did we? I think we checked science and technology. Where would we find perfume? Like, are there perfume shops? Where's the yellow pages here? And this is almost like the joke that we heard in this case about the drunk looking for his keys where the street light is, not because that's where he dropped them, but that's where the light is. We're sort of saying, well, we don't know how to catch this woman unless she slipped up and went to a local store. Okay, there's no perfume shop. What? I guess a department store is where you would go buy perfume, right? And a tobacconist is where you would buy, or a pharmacy. But a pharmacy is where we went to get the Veronal. I don't even know if George is a smoker. Maybe it'll turn out to be an exterminator sprayer. That seems bulky to me. Do we have cosmetic stores? There's no cosmetic store. It does feel like there might be. Let's just scan through this here. Maybe like a department store. Drugstores, chemists, pharmacies. Jewelry store. Liquor store. We went to pest control stores that we could find. Maybe she doesn't even have to break in. Maybe Ada Bossy slips a note under the door. Let's try department stores. 45. I think that's where you would get perfume. Maybe we need to make a note about adding perfume stores. Where's my note? Or how to find it. What about a place that does house plans where she was staying to know how to plan the thing? No, she's staying in a hotel, so it's not that. Department stores in the Bowery, Alexander's. 26677. I think I might need a new card for this. Department stores. Bowery. 47. That's fairly close. 26677. Or Ada Bossy buys it at Greenwich Village where she lives. 5413. Not that many department stores. Will be okay. I'm assuming Ada Bossy does live in Greenwich Village. Are we convinced of that? I think so. There's Gimbals, Macy's. If you haven't watched The Miracle on 34th Street about Macy's and Gimbals, that is a Christmas classic there. Okay, well, we've only got 2 department stores to check out. Let's do that. 266776541 6677, no. 26677 is enough. 65413. No, okay, that was a long shot. Continuing with my long shots, let's find ourselves cigarettes. Tobacconist is what we want. 129. All right, we've got the Bowery. 30313. Greenwich Village 79583. Lots of Civic Center. Gramercy Park. Spanish Harlem. And we got Cigar Shop. Gramercy Park. Okay. 2 possible ones there. 30313. 30313, no. 79583. 79583, no. Okay, so much for those theories. I think now, given that we haven't stumbled on something with a direct attempt, we should resume going to leads of things we know are outstanding, like Edwin Day. Let's try to stumble on the marker that lets us to investigate these X3 that we're missing. So these people we know we want to talk to. We want to talk to Edwin Day. We want to talk to Sylvester Tracy. And we want to maybe talk to Jerry Stamper. So let's at least do those next. Jonathan says we should also look at the paper and see if there are any ads that jump out. I think that's a good idea too. Okay. We'll take our first break here for 8 minutes. We'll come back. We'll see if we can stumble onto a lead. Okay. I think we should go back to looking for low-hanging fruit, but I do want to summarize something that occurs to me a little bit. So it's kind of a fun way to look at it and say, if we think our gut tells us who did it and when they did it, and we've ruled out ingestion in the stomach, then it seems to me like an aerosol or touching something is likely the means of murder. And we think it's I think it's Ada Bossi. But one interesting thing is this. We've talked about how Georgia is hiding out. So it's not like Ada Bossi can just knock on her door and be like, yeah, let's hang out for a bit. So I wonder if, and then our girl Georgia is found in the bathroom, in a locked bathroom. That sort of actually, as a scene, makes a little bit of sense if what you imagine is that Ada Bossi goes up to her room, starts spraying this poison cyanide gas under the door. Georgia Price gets a big whiff of it, panics, runs into the bathroom, locks herself in, and then dies. Then that's convenient because then we don't have to have any way of Ada Bossi actually gaining access to the room. She doesn't have to be let in by Georgia. They don't have to have a conversation and chat. It is a little difficult to physically pull off spraying something under the door, but Jonathan himself said maybe she's ended up spraying some pesticide sprayer. I think we really need this X3 lead. We may have to look up a hint on that. And our toxicology R4 lead. Let's do our low-hanging fruit. Maybe it's going to turn out that why wouldn't she open the window in the bathroom? That's an interesting point, but maybe by the time she gets into the bathroom, she's already dying. Let's do our low-hanging fruit, and then maybe we may need to look up a hint if we can't think of a way to get that key marker. Now, one thing I did note is that Ada Bossi lives in Greenwich Village, but we think the theater may be in Gramercy Park. And if that's true, maybe we need to start going to pesticide places in we already... We went to this pesticide place in Gramercy Park. I'm just going to put on our little to-do list because we keep searching Bowery and Greenwich Village, but also Gramercy Park. That's where the theater is, we think. Let me just make sure I'm remembering that right. Madison Square Theater is in Gramercy Park because... Yeah, because we did we did check a bunch of pesticide places in the Bowery and Greenwich Village, but we only went to the one in Gramercy Park. And it says, before you look up that hint, I can say something. Okay, well, don't say it yet because we are not ready to do that. But I wonder if we shouldn't look for other... Let me just quickly look up pest control in Gramercy Park and see if there's any other than the one we were interested in. So Wirch, that's what he went to, and he wanted X3, right? Critter Control 74015. Did we go there? I'm not sure we went to that one. Seven 4015. Did we not go to that one? That one's in the Bowery and right near her. And then Rose Rat. Surely we went to her. 64660. I'm just going to add these back. I think we went to these because she's in the paper. 4660. Oh, but here's another Bowery one. 71552. Oh, we wrote that one down. 1552. 1552. But here's more in Gramercy Park. 27718. 81734. Why are there so many exterminators in Gramercy Park? There's a Humane Society. What am I in a new category? I'm in pet stores. I see. That's why there are so many in Gramercy Park, because I'm in pet stores. Okay, Jesse, you're in pet stores. Okay, thank you. All right, so let's just quickly check these, rule them out, because the exterminator is our most likely hit. So let's not end up missing any of those. 76570. There is an entry for 76570, but I think that's Wirch. That's the one we already went to. Yeah, maybe we'll read that anyway. We'll look at it again, make sure I didn't mess anything up there. 115. Just make sure it really is checking for that. So the moth guy doesn't check for a marker, but he tells us to circle U4, which we have. Okay. All right. 71552. No. 44660. No. 74015. No. Okay, so much for the pesticides. All right, let's go back to our plan. Our plan was low-hanging fruit. We've got Edwin Day we want to talk to, the other theater people. Let's see what we've got. He's at 12991. 33. Sunday, otherwise no one's home. So there's two places that we've tried that we waited until today that according to the book doesn't want, we can't go to. So 12991 can't go Monday. And then the drug dealer at Cafe Reggio can't go Monday. All right, assuming that that's how it should be, let's try Sylvester Tracy, 86395. Same thing. It wanted us to go to Sylvester Tracy yesterday. We thought about it, but we just put it off. 6395 can't go Monday. Day Tracy Stamper. Stamper is not at the theater. I don't think we ever visited him at his home. Let's see. Stamper is, if I'm getting his name right, he's not in the direct. Oh, maybe I didn't look it up right. Stamper, Jerry Stamper. He is in the Bowery. That's interesting. 36159. 59. Okay, and Anna says, I'm going to errata that so you can visit them on Monday or Sunday. Okay, so we're going to now visit these 3 people, at least. Let's go back to Edwin Day then. 12991. So just a little bit of an oversight because Anna expected us to have gone to them yesterday. So this says if it's Sunday, but it's going to read in the next version if it's Sunday or Monday. 40577. Here we go. Edwin Day, 30 minutes. It's now 10:30. Or 0577. The director is in his pajamas when he opens the door with a miserable expression on his face. Looks like he hasn't shaved today. Oh, it's you, detective. What do you think of this whole disaster? Was it really my fault, like Benji said? I shouldn't have doubted that silly note. I should have just called the police at once. Maybe then Georgia would still be alive. Why don't we step inside, Mr. Day? Oh, Ed. I think you should call me Ed now. The man turns around, trudges into his living room, slumps onto the sofa. You close the door and follow him inside, then take out your deck of luckies and offer one to him. He accepts it and lights up. That note wasn't genuine, as you suspected, Ed. So it's not you who's responsible for Miss Price's death. Just chill out, okay? Chill out. Months of work went down the drain on Saturday when it turned out my lead actress was not pulling a stunt after all, but offed herself in the bathroom of a cheap hotel, so the play was canceled. Not to mention the fact that your pal arrested my other leading lady. I'd have been laughing my ass off if I were watching it in a grotesque comedy and it wasn't actually happening to me. Because, of course, I was the one who had to tell the whole company the disastrous news. Ada naturally offered to fill in for Titania. She insisted she knew the whole part. It was ridiculous, of course, and very awkward. She even dyed her hair blonde. Talk about grotesque. Okay, there's our killer. Let's pick up. We need to catch a clue, though. And then chaos broke out. Trace was begging me to tell him it wasn't true and that I was just joking. Benji came at me furiously, accusing me of being the reason for George's death. Others were crying or repeating that it can't be true. So I left them there and came home to drink. He stands up and pours himself a drink. Wait, we say, Miss Bossy dyed her hair and wanted to take over Miss Price's part? Yeah, ridiculous, of course. She always was a bit obsessed with Georgia. We could all see that. Following her around, trying to imitate her, so I wasn't surprised when she told me she learned the entire role of Titania, but she's too young, too inexperienced, not to mention not talented enough for a big part like that. Although the last part was true about George as well, I'm afraid, so maybe this whole production was doomed from the start. He downs his drink with one gulp. Miss Bossy was a bit obsessed with Miss Price? What do you mean by that? Just what I've already said. Are you deaf or what? The director seems drunk now, and an aggressive drunk at that. And what about Miss Seals? Does she have anything to do with Miss Price's accident? The director buries his face in his hands. He doesn't answer. Ed? What? How should I know? I'm only the director of this whole mess after all. And he starts laughing. There's nothing more to be done here. Okay, sleep it off, Ed, you say, and leave the maniacally laughing director. D3. Okay, yet more evidence about Ada Bossy for sure being our culprit, and that's just underlining it here. Okay, so we've revisited Day. Now let's revisit Sylvester Tracy. Lots of psychology here about, like, it's believable. He doesn't seem like the murderer. And apparently from his description of Sylvester Tracy, not wanting to believe it, he seems like he could be also, like, he doesn't want his ruinous production. It's only Ada Bossy who seems to think that I must have written Sylvester Tracy wrong. It's only 86395. That's not right. I'll have to look it up again. It's only Ada Bossy who was thinking this was going to be good news. Tracy Sylvester 86395. What am I doing wrong here? Maybe I just looked it up wrong. Yeah, I just looked it up wrong. Okay, it says if it's Sunday, but we're going to say Sunday and Monday. 37173. Okay, here we are talking to Sylvester Tracy, aka Monroe. 30 minutes, it's now 11, 1 hour till we're supposed to report. The actor is a train wreck. He's chain smoking the whole time you're talking to him, his hands shaking, his whole body in nervous tension. I can't believe this. I just can't believe this. I mean, he paces up and down in front of you. It makes you dizzy. Calm down, Mr. Tracy. Sit down, will you? He suddenly stops and sits down in a chair in front of you. Do you think Audrey really did it, Detective? Well, do you? You shoot back. He runs his fingers nervously through his hair. I honestly don't know anymore. I mean, a few days ago, I was thinking the same thing as everyone else, that it was just a crazy stunt Georgia pulled to take back the limelight. Well, you seem nervous even then, Mr. Tracy. And he looks at you. Remember, here's who we're talking to right here. The ladies' man. We said, you seem nervous even then. He goes, you think so? I mean, maybe some part of me was afraid, but no, it can't be. It's too unbelievable, even laughable to think that Audrey would do such a thing. I mean, why would she? We're getting a divorce, for God's sake. That's interesting. I thought Miss Seals was mad about the things Miss Price said to her at the rehearsals and about the accusations of stealing her thunder with the divorce. The actor springs up and starts pacing again. Of course. Yes, you're right, Detective. What am I talking about? I'm clearly out of my mind with worry. I mean, we're having a divorce, yes, but I still care about Audrey. And this whole arrest is just ridiculous. So what if they found those silly cut-up magazines in her room? Probably someone obviously put them in there, probably Georgia. But it could have been practically anyone from the theater, like Ada, for example. She was always listening and snooping around all the time. Or even Eloise, although that doesn't seem likely. It's not really her style. If she has a problem with someone, she tells them. Anyway, as I said, it could have been anyone. We don't lock the dressing rooms, you know. It didn't seem necessary before. He slumps back into the chair. You don't think it was Audrey, do you, Detective? Are you still talking about the supposed kidnapping or something else, Mr. Tracy? He looks really frightened now, and only a whisper comes out of his throat. Do you think she killed her? I don't know, do you? No. That can't be true, can it? I don't know anymore. Circle marker T3. Okay, not much new information here. Just confirming what we know, but also confirming anyone could have planted anything. And we do think probably Georgia Price has planted those cutout magazines to frame Audrey Seals for her fake kidnapping, but it doesn't really help us. Okay, let's visit Jerry Stamper. And that was 86395. That was at 10:30, which now makes it 11. 1 hour until we're supposed to go to the report. That was Sylvester Tracy we talked to. Okay, Jerry Stamper says, have we checked D3, which we have. 6159 39144. This is Stamper. $30. It's 11:30. You can hardly recognize the actor without the wide grin on his face. It seems the events affected him as well. Mr. Stamper, can I talk to you for a minute? I guess I gotta say yes to that, right? He lets you in reluctantly. Where is our Stamper? He's the weird-looking guy, the comedian. Guess I gotta say yes to that. What do you want to know now, Detective? I'm not really in the mood for gossip today. Well, just stick to the facts. Mr. Day said that Miss Bossy was obsessed with Miss Price. Is it true? If you want to hear facts, I don't know what to tell you. But if you're interested in my opinion, yeah, Ada was always a bit weird, especially around Georgia. She's one of the thousands of young actresses who want to be famous. Georgia was one once, so I guess she's like a role model for lots of young wannabes. Well, was. He stops for a moment, but thankfully continues without prodding. Ada followed Georgia everywhere. Ran errands for her, was always flattering her, though the older actress was almost as nasty to her as to everyone else. I mean, as to every other actress, seamstress, or female musician. To women, basically. The men Georgia mostly tried to seduce, although she also started to bully the ones who weren't susceptible to her charms after a while. Ada tried to learn these tricks from Georgia as well, but although her attempts were very weak indeed. But she didn't seem to notice it somehow. As I said, she's a weird girl, and now not even pretty anymore. Have you seen her since she dyed her hair blonde? It's ghastly. The shade is the same as Georgia's, but overall effect is, I don't know, more frightening than pretty or sexy or whatever her aim was. Frightening? You mean she might hurt someone? Well, I wouldn't put it past her, that's for sure. I don't think she's totally sane, to be honest with you. Circle J3. Okay, there's our J3. We've been missing for a while. But more pointing to Bossy, which we already had our eyes on, but no clues to help us find Bossy. Maybe Georgia would open the door for her, from her, and accept stuff from her. That's a good point. I'm going to add to my list of places like cigarettes and perfume, like hair dye. Could she have gone, if she got her hair done, if Ada Bossy got her hair done recently, might she have gone to a hair salon? I mean, they do use some pretty bad chemicals with hair salon, but I don't see how that... Toxicology wanted us to come back with R4. Let me just read this toxicology again. 53953. 53953. 28757. So toxicology. We didn't have marker R4, so we went to the top entry. Um, so here's something to consider. Sometimes this is when you get to your dead end, then you have to start thinking a little deeper and maybe taking a closer look at stuff. So we had the description of the bathroom. The window is closed, right? And much of how we've been thinking about this issue is like you couldn't kill her and drag her into the bathroom because then how do you lock it from the inside? But what if she did get out the window? What if this is a tiny little hotel on the second floor? We are told it's on the second floor. It's right above the owner's room. That makes it a little harder than if it was on the first floor, but it's possible. Let's maybe try to think about the idea that Ada Bossy, oh no, she goes out the front door. Can't be that. She's seen leaving the hotel from the front door. Okay, never mind. I was thinking maybe we could catch her leaving, but she's leaving in the front door. We didn't really try too hard to catch Ada Bossy getting home. Anna says, at toxicology, you either have the R4 Monday when you call them or not. There's no going back. Okay, so at least we don't have to worry about R4. We're not going back with R4. Fine. Okay. I don't see how George's mother is going to help us at all. There's some sanatorium, or if Ada escaped from one. Seems kind of crazy. Wow. What are we forgetting? What are we forgetting? Benji. We went back to Costello. Tracy. Price's house. We went back to the theater. We went back to our precinct. We didn't go to the... I think we're going to have to do some of these things that we didn't do that we don't think are useful, like the birth and death records. Jonathan says, let's look at the paper again. Okay, let's look at the paper again. Papers, 3 of them. I wonder if we shouldn't also look at the final note. We know it's George's handwriting. Let's just take one more look at this. I think I'm going crazy here. I haven't spent so much time alone, so maybe that's a hint that she would open the door to Ada Bossy if she knocked. I hate this cheap place. I hate the awful brown and beige everywhere. Haven't they heard about bright colors? I hate this uncomfortable bed. I want my beautiful big white bed. Hate to sit here and wait for something to happen. Most of all, I hate that little whore Audrey. She's the only reason I'm stuck here. Doesn't help her, but I know she was alive when she wrote it. All right, let's just take a look at this. Learn to dance, beer, French language, flowers. There are some poison flowers. What if she brings her a bouquet of flowers and puts cyanide in the flower? You sniff it to smell the nice flower, and you get cyanide poisoning. Did they find the gray clothing bag? I don't remember. No, it's definitely gray. Let's try a flower shop. I'm gonna add flower shop and as well as hairdresser. Hairdresser, we could get Ada Bossy. Like maybe you see the hairdresser and Ada Bossy went in there and is in a great mood. Hairdresser and flower shop. Learn to dance, more flowers. I'm thinking about that flower shop a little bit more. I don't see any more good ads. Let's see. Learn to dance, piano, money talks, artificial human eyes, beer, stationer and printer, guaranteed trust. I just don't see anything here. Let's check out the flower shop. So we've got a flower shop, which is where? Reinhardt's on Bedford Street. But then we should also look for Ada Bossy. So Bowery, Reinhardt, or Ada Bossy's neighborhood, which is Greenwich Village. Let's see. You knock on the door, you bring flowers, you say, take a smell at this wonderful smell. And she takes a big sniff, runs into the bathroom, and dies. It's possible. It's possible. Jonathan thinks the hairdresser might confirm that Ada Bossy got her. Yeah, the hairdresser could have overheard stuff. You're sitting in that chair for an hour. You might gossip. You might talk about plans. You might ask if someone knows where you can get cyanide. So we'll definitely try the hair place next. Let's do florist first. So surely it's either in GV or Reinhardt or the Bowery, and I would be betting for the Bowery, but GV would be a good choice too. GV or Bowery. That's BD, not BO. There's our Bowery flowers. BO 1559651. Greenwich Village Flower Shop is GV 5156105. And then we should also look for Reinhardt. Okay, so Reinhardt is another GV one. GV90. Reinhardt's is 65796. That's Reinhardt. There were some florists involved in the Poe dinner. Okay, let's might be worth checking. Let's try this first. Smell the Roses. This is in Bowery 40. That's pretty close to our crime scene. 41771. I mean, let me ask a question. Did we get confirmation that it was cyanide, or it just looks a lot like cyanide? It looks a lot like cyanide, right? Because it's like blue. It tells us how it interferes with the blood, but I'm not sure we've got 100% guarantee that it's cyanide. All right, let's see if any of these are in our thing, and then if not, we'll head to finding hairdressers. 59651. 59651. No. 56105. Yes. We have a hit on 56105. Greenwich Village Flower Shop. What about 65796? Yes, we've got a hit. That's Reinhardt's. What about 41771? No. All right, 2 Greenwich Village flower shops, one in the paper, one not in the paper. Interesting. Where do we think Ada Bossy lives? I guess we'll just visit these shops, and if we need to know where she lives related to them, we will. All right, let's go to the one in the newspaper first. 65796. This could be it. Probably not, but it could be. Here is the paper in the newspaper. How can I help you? Would you like to buy some pretty flowers? No? What a shame. A Poe dinner? No, I don't know about that. We're definitely not the flower shop who provide the flowers for that event. Okay, unfortunately, it's now 12. This was what Jonathan was saying, that the flower shops are all about the Poe event. We're going to be taking some overtime now. 796 flower. Reinhardt. So you think this next one is going to be the flower shop for the Poe dinner, which we really don't care about anymore. 56105. Well, we got to chase it down. Greenwich Village Flower Shop. If you've circled M1, I mean, we circled M1 years ago. 2744. 2744. 2744. Yeah, this is all about the Poe dinner. You don't really have hay fever. It's true, you're no big fan of flowers. You find their smell suffocating and revolting. It makes you gag. Maybe Miss Harris was right. They are similar to poetry. There's a pretty doll at the counter. Finally, you've seen more ugly hags. Finally, you've seen more ugly hags during this investigation than you'd care for. Good day, sir. How can I help you? Actually, I'm working with Miss Harris and Miss Boyle, ensuring everything goes according to plan at the Poe dinner. In our staff, we're doing these. Nothing unusual here. Circle F1. Okay, this is all related to our Poe dinner. Don't care about this. Okay, so it's now noon. Jonathan says, let's go talk to the chief and find out what markers we need. Not saying we have to look up those hints yet, but we hit 12. It's probably time to see how many markers we've missed. Okay, I am going to do that after I do the hairdresser. I need to do the hairdresser to put my mind at ease before we go. So there's no hairdresser, but there's beauty shops and barbers. Beauty shops, I think, is what we want. 29. Or is there a hairdresser separate from that? Beauty shops might have perfume too. Okay, let's just do beauty shops and then we'll go to the chief a half hour late. Surely he can't complain about that. Anna says, as I said, after you see what markers you need, you must go to hints. Okay, well, we haven't. Jonathan's, then that would object to Jonathan's system. All right, well, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. I'm not going there yet. Take the demerits before you go to the chief, says Anna. Okay. So, beauty shop. We're looking for Bowery and Greenwich Village where she lives. Probably Greenwich Village. GV78 is 49879. 49879. And then we've got Clyde's Hair Salon. Don't care about that. Here's another Greenwich Village one. French. Ada Bossy likes French. And here's a French one. GV46 67509. And here's another one in Greenwich Village. Harper Method Beauty Shop. GV27 74463. Continuing on. There's another Greenwich Village one down at the bottom. Rudolph Coiffure Moderne, whatever that is. 16768. I don't know how to pronounce coif. I don't know how to pronounce that word. And then let's see. That's the last of the Greenwich Village ones. I do see some Bowery ones. I don't see why she would be getting her hair done in the Bowery, although maybe right after you kill her or right before you kill her, you get so excited, you go there. 8985. We might want to reread Ada Bossy's church scene too. I'm writing down these since it doesn't really hurt us. Just writing down the Bowery ones that I skimmed over. Any more in the Bowery? No, okay, let's just see if we've got any hair salons, and then maybe we're gonna have to go to see the chief. I think if we haven't talked to Ada Bossy's neighbors, and she has neighbors, that's a huge thing that we've overlooked, but I feel like that wasn't the case. But I do think maybe we reread Ada Bossy's neighbor that told us to go to the church. Let's do this first. 49879. 49879. No. 67509. No. 74463. No. I really thought we were going to catch her at a hair salon. 16768. No. 18985. No. 12129 or something like it. Nope. Okay, I thought we had a good chance of catching her at a hair salon, but we didn't. Let's find where Bossy lives and see if there was neighbors or doormen. Yeah, that would be huge. If so. My memory is that we would have noticed that. Okay, where did we find Ada Bossy? Day 4 we want. There was also the lawyers and the birth and death. The lawyers said we could come if we had someone else to ask for. I wonder if we could find a criminal history on Ada Bossy. So lawyers, birth, death, marriage. Okay, but now Ada Bossy, 86260. 61438. Oh, hold on a second. Ada Bossy. Yeah, she doesn't live in an apartment building. 61438. 30267. She doesn't live in an apartment building. So we knock on her door, we try the neighbor's door, she opens up, they send us to the church, circle Y3, and then we went to the church. Wasn't there a hair salon mentioned in the paper? I don't think so. I don't think there was. Where did we find Ada Bossy at the church? 34848. So here is us finding Ada Bossy at her church. Let's reread this since we think this is our culprit and see if we can catch her doing anything weird. She's praying. Can I talk to you? She's got her hair dyed. She's sobbing. I'm sorry, I should have told you I found her. More sobbing. She admits she followed her. She goes to the hotel. She waits. I waited a bit not far from the hotel. Huh. Could we see about if she's hanging out at like a coffee shop next to the hotel? Then she sees Baxter. She sees them kissing. She sees her sneak in. I studied her every move. I know it was wrong. I even dyed my hair. I came here every day to pray. And then Jesus starts talking to her. Jesus didn't listen to me. He kept accusing me of lying. Am I going to hell? Maybe you should take her to the hospital. Do you think she could be an escape asylum person? Why would we go to births and deaths? I agree. I don't know. I don't know. I just know there was a return to. I mean, if Ada Bossy is crazy, could she have a history in a sanitarium? That would just give us more confirmation that she's our crazy one, not how to catch her. You'd think there was a hair salon in one of our papers. I don't believe there was. Learn to Dance in Flowers. Morgan Guarantee Trust. The Soloist. Flowers Furniture Patents. Learn to Dance Piano. Atlantic Coast Credit. Artificial Human Eyes. Beer. Stationers and Printers. More Guaranteed Trust. And then lastly, Rat Specialist, which we went to. They want X3. Piano, flowers, French lessons, learn to dance. I just have a hard time seeing how we're going to get those markers. We tried cigarettes, we tried perfume. We tried pharmacies. We have just the one marker that seems like it's going to break this case open, but we don't know how to get it, and we don't know how to find proof that Ada Bossy so Anna was saying once we visit the chief, we're forced to take hints. So we should try to solve this on our own first. I guess we already have gotten one demerit, at least. We're going past the chief's time. I wanted to look up the Hotel Florence and look around it and see if maybe anything jumps out at us. I just don't know what that would be. The Hotel Florence is Gramercy Park 61. Wait, that can't be. Hotel Florence has to be in the Bowery. Hotel. Is it the Florence Hotel? Surely. If that is, then we got a problem with my directory. What have I done wrong here? Hotel Florence is in Gramercy Park. What's happened? What have I done wrong? Oh, Hotel Florence is the errata. Right, okay. Right. Thank you. Boy, I thought I was losing my mind for a second there. Hotel Florence is one of our erratas. I don't really care about, I just need to know, I just need to remember what block it's on. But apparently it's all gone to hell here. Why don't we take a break? Give me a moment to, here it is, Hotel Florence, Bowery 46. Okay, we're not going to take a break. We're just going to soldier on. Bowery 46. Let's take a look. That's not what I want. Oh, I guess it is kind of what I want. I wanted to look around that hotel to see if anything jumped out at us. She hung out a little bit before she ate a Bossy got into the hotel. 46. 46, huh? So 40, 41, 47, 53, and then maybe a little bit of Little Italy. We're just looking for something, maybe something on that block that might give us some, any idea about our girl. So 46, the Hotel Florence is going to be in here somewhere, but that's not going to be relevant for us. How about 47? Gym, beer, upper class cuts. Could you have gone to the barber? 76565 doesn't seem likely. 76565. No. Drugstore 14536. Have we already? Surely we've gone there. Page 34. Surely we went there and asked about the. Asked about G368553. Wiggett's Drugstore 68553. Surely we went here and asked about the barbitual stuff. Yeah, we asked for the barbiturate. We already went there. That's where we got the information about the other stuff. 53 and 54. A tattoo. Candy? Could she have bought her some candy to eat? No, because it would be in her stomach then. Could she be hanging out in this cafe while she was waiting? 69070. No. Tattoo, hotel, massage, event planning, no. Smell the roses forest right across the street and the Rexall drugs. Let me just 41771. Surely we tried that already. No hit there. And then the drugstore 77711 was an entry. 68553. This was just another one of our veronal, barbiturate, yellow crystals. We ask him what an overdose would be. Well, I mean, if it was next door in Little Italy, that seems very unlikely. Above Hester Street. I'm just grasping at straws here. If we wanted to trace it back here, it would be block 37 of Little Italy. Okay, let's say she's just wasting time. She could have gone into this cafe, 76578, or the newspaper stand person saw her, 76578. No. And the newspaper stand 25808. No. Okay, well, those are my long shot leads. One neighborhood was the tea house with the French lessons. Did we check cabs in that neighborhood? Okay, let's do that. It was the Blissful Aromatics. I think that was in Greenwich Village. But Blissful Aromatics is in Greenwich Village 44. We now have hundreds of notes. It's driving me a little hard to keep track of them. GV44. Well, surely we looked for cabs in Greenwich Village. What neighborhood? Okay, the tea house. And surely looked at cabs in Greenwich Village. I'm quite certain. Why don't we, Anna is offering a little help, not a full hint, just reminding you of something you already know. Okay, why don't we take a break, and when we come back, Anna can give us a little bit of a hint, because we are now officially a little bit stuck. We'll take a break. We'll come back in 8 minutes. It's time to go to the chief soon, though. If we could just get one little nibble. So before we went to break, we spent a lot of time looking around Hotel Florence for something that would give us a clue. We didn't hit anything, and Anna has said, do you want me to give you a hint? We gave in, we said yes, and Anna says, I think Jesse forgot to note that you can go back to the hotel itself on Monday. But in fact, I did make a note of it, come back on Monday. but, and I didn't cross it out, but I did not remember it because I guess in my mind we've been back there, but we've been going back rereading leads. So that is entirely on me. It's entirely on me that we forgot to go back to the scene of her death on Monday. Now, what was it? What was the... I guess we don't have a reason we're going back. We just know that we can go back. Okay, let's do that. 9296. I mean, that is a real oversight on my part. Okay, but at least it wasn't a clue we overlooked, just a... procedural thing. Okay, so this is where taking good notes helps. So like what I should do is, if this is here, it means we need to go back to it. Now we've been back to it, so I can cross that out. Monday, 16023. Aha! That was the key. Okay. There's a question you didn't ask the owner lady yesterday, so you go back to the hotel. It's now 1 a.m. We're an hour late. Good morning, ma'am. You lift your hat. Oh, it's you again. Not the enthusiasm you were looking for. There's one question I still wanted to ask you, Miss Florence. Were there exterminators in the hotel in the last few days, perhaps? I mean, on Friday or even the day before? Of course not, Detective. Otherwise, I would have mentioned them to you. Or that other officer, although she looks pensively into the distance. You perk up. Yes? The neighbor. The neighbor had a rat problem for a while, so I was insisting for weeks he deal with it once and for all. His cellar reaches under my bathroom, you see. So I would hear the scraping and scuttling of those revolting creatures when I used it at night. I told Mr. Fraser to call an exterminator. He swore he did call the local company a few times already, but the noises didn't stop. Now that you mention it, I didn't hear anything last night, nor the night before that, to think of it. I hadn't even noticed it before now. What with everything that's happened in the last few days? I see. Who is this neighbor you're talking about? A food market, Mr. Fraser's store. You take a note. Thank you. And another thing, can I see Miss Price's room again? Miss Florence looks exasperated. Your colleagues told me it's okay. Your colleagues told me it's okay, so I already cleaned it out and fixed the latch. Yes, of course. Even so, I'd still like to take another look. The lady sighs, but takes key 3 and leads you up to the room. You look inside the bathroom. Circle document 20. We're taking a closer look at the bathroom. Aha. And we've got X3. Okay, so the case has hit its turning point. We are about to find our last stuff. So we've got X3. 16023. 23, Florence Hotel. It's now 12:30 and now 1 p.m. That is a second demerit we need to take because it's past noon. And we're also told about the Mr. Fraser's food market. Mr. Fraser's store. Which is right nearby. Surely we looked at it on our Canvas seed stuff. Don't need that. Okay, so let's take a look at document 20. This is getting exciting again. Now remember that we're told that she gave her the room above her own, and she's saying above the owner's room. So you might imagine the bathroom connects up to this one. So if you could put some poison through the pipes, it could come into this room. This is the room she was found in. So what are we looking for here? Are we just looking at pipes, or are we looking at something else to see? I don't feel like there's much to see here. But, I mean, if you had access to the room below, you could vent up stuff. Could put stuff into the vents, into the plumbing. I don't know what else we would see here. Feels like there's a little bit of AI going on here. And here. This does not look like a natural plumbing. But, and this, here's some AI handle. A vent by the tub. I think you might be right, Jonathan. This might be like a vent line. That's a very interesting idea. Then you wouldn't have to get into her room. Maybe you hear her taking a shower, you put it up through the vent. Yeah, okay. I don't see anything much to look at, but I think Jonathan's observation of this, is it going to turn out to be a freak accident? No, because we saw Ada Bossi leaving the room. Or you think, no, if Ada Bossi said, I discovered her dead, or she wouldn't answer the door, then you might believe that it's a freak accident. But we saw what we think is Ada Bossi leaving at exactly 9 p.m. So, right after she died. So it feels like that's too big a coincidence. Okay, let's find Mr. Fraser's food market by using the reverse directory. So we've got a deluxe food market. I think that's probably what we're looking for, right? Like, if we look up Fraser, do we get his name? Fraser Drugstore. No, it's going to be a food market, and there is one right next door. So that's going to probably be at the deluxe food market. I think we said it was in 46 or 46, 6853. 66853, yeah. 66853. This is the deluxe food market. EO46 on the same block. That makes sense. Okay, and another demerit for going overtime. 685 6853. And we've got our X3. The store's closed. There's a piece of paper in the window. I'm on vacation, opening on next Saturday, January 26th, Mr. Fraser. So the place is empty. So our girl Ada Bossy could have gotten in here and gotten access to the hotel through here. Interesting. Huh. Doesn't give us much of insight, but we have X3. So let's go back to our pest control places with X3. Right. So the Bowery one and Rose Exterminator both had an X3. Let's go to Rose Exterminator. That's the one in the paper. 64660. Okay. So back here, we do have marker X3 though this time. 1 4 5 3 4. 1 4 5 3 4. This is Rose return X3, which we can now cross off here. 1 4 5 3 4. Okay, here we go. I was wondering, Miss Watson, whether the deluxe food market from the Bowery called you last week to deal with their rat problem in the cellar. Yes, Mr. Fraser called us last Wednesday. We went there to assess the situation. There were rats in their cellar, all right. We saw the usual baits laid out everywhere, but the rats obviously didn't touch them. We offered our more effective fumigation, of course. How does it work exactly? Here we go. Well, we use Cyclone B, the most powerful and successful of gaseous insecticides. We release it from canisters. It consists of hydrogen cyanide or prussic acid. The process only takes 10 minutes most of the time, but we always warn the customer about the danger. Warn them how? Well, they need to vacate the premises before we go in, and they can't come back for at least an hour or two after that. Mr. Fraser told us he wanted to leave for vacation on Friday anyway, so we could do it that evening. He brought in the keys to the store on Friday afternoon, told us we should just throw it through the letter opening after we finished and lock up the store. And when did you fumigate the rats exactly? It's in the books. Let me see here. It was 8 p.m. last Friday. Okay, right before she died. So actually, it seems like maybe Jonathan is right. Maybe it is just a tragic accident. I think you might be right, Jonathan. Now I think maybe it was a tragic accident. But what is Ada Bossy doing there then? Why didn't she admit it? Wow, okay. We did have one more X3 return to, but it's probably just going to be nothing because 71023, because this seems like the most important one. Oh. 68380. 68380. So this is the Big Apple Pest Control. We had marker X3 71109. So if you go to the other place, and we just volunteer to these people. Hey, I was told the Deluxe Food Market called you a few times, Mr. Nunn, to deal with their rat problem. Yes, Mr. Fraser's our client. We put our baits twice in the last 3 months. First time wasn't effective enough, it seems, so we put out twice as many baits the next time with more cyanide in them. And when was that? Let me see in the books. Yes, here it is. It was 2 weeks ago. And it worked this time? I assume so. I haven't heard from Mr. Fraser since. Okay, so this was just the other place that is of no interest to us. This was the other place related to the other one. Okay, so I'm going to give ourselves another 30 minutes and another, or not another 30 minutes, but another demerit. It'd be nice if we could look through the mail slot or under the door and see if we do see that key inside, but it doesn't really matter. If they sprayed it and her thing was right under her bathroom, and it said you have to clear out for an hour, then I think it's just that we know the proprietor of the place was serving dinner for those 2 hours. And what we think is that our Georgia was just holed up in that room right near the vent, maybe in the bathroom, passed out from the barbitol and just breathed in. And so we think it's just a coincidence that Ada Bossy went by, huh? Jonathan Warner says, let's bring in the Food Mart owner for criminal negligence, not explaining his building is connected to the hotel. I don't know. I guess everyone has to be brought in. Like the exterminators are the main ones, right? However, they fumigated. They should have checked to make sure it couldn't get up into other buildings. Okay, I think we're ready to wrap this case up. We're going to be a couple hours late, couple demerits, but I'm ready to talk to the chief. Are we all good with that? Ready for our meeting? There was no toxicology to return to, was there? I thought I remembered. I thought I had some memory of being able to return to toxicology. Oh no, that was R4. We don't need that anymore. Okay, John says, I guess it depends a little on whether you want to split the stream up or not. Well, I am happy to keep going here, but I don't know how you feel about it. I mean, I know we're going to want to talk about the case a little bit when we're done. If you want to split it up here, I'm okay with that. I'm also okay to keep going. What do we think? I don't know how long you want to talk about it. It's a good question. Did I print out? I guess I'll have time to print out. I guess I'd be inclined to keep going. Yeah, let's keep going. If we can do it, let's keep going. Questions part 3. Okay, and I think Anna said that she may have updated the questions so that we should be using the online version. Let's see if we can do that. Oh, I don't have my mouse. Oh, I wouldn't mind the mouse. Okay, so We're going to the actress. We're gonna need to log in. Why is it logged me out? Let me see if we need to log in. Okay, so we want questions part 3. Questions 2B, answers part 2, epilogue 1. We already got that, right? We got our epilogue 1. That was the Hotel Lafayette Poe dinner. Okay. Here we go. Read only if you're ready to finish your case. It's Monday, and let's see what we've circled here. And so Anna says, anything we haven't circled, we're going to have to read the hints for. So we circled B3, we circled E3, we circled G3, H3, I3 we have not circled, so we're going to have to read I3. K3 we've circled, O3 we've circled, Q3 we've circled, S3 we've circled, U3, yes, V3, yes, W3, yes, X3, yes, Z3, yes. Okay, so we're just missing 1. So we lost out, unless I forgot to mark it, we're missing I3. So let's take a pause and read the hints from I3. Is that what the new instructions say? If you have all these markers, if you have the whole third alphabet from A3, we don't. We're missing L3, N3, R3, so we're definitely not getting bonus reputation. If you have F4, record 1 reputation. So we do have F4. So I think we're getting a bonus reputation for that. That's our little note here that we have F4. And I think I marked it somewhere else. So I think we have F4. And we have Y4. No, we don't have Y4. Okay. If you have all of these, we would get meticulous, we would get this. And it says you do have I3. You do have I3. So you're saying I just forgot to mark that we have I3? Okay, in which case, we get +1 thorough and +2 reputation. Okay, that's great news. Where do we get I3? I just forgot to give it, huh? And we've got thorough on our campaign log. All right, well, that is a relief. Thorough, and I gave ourselves both reputation. Okay, so Anna says now, before we read, we are down to here. We didn't get Y4. We didn't get the whole alphabet. But we did get that stuff. Okay, Anna says, before you read the questions, you could read one more lead just for the story. Sure, let's have it. Jonathan, if you burn out and you, I got plenty of sleep last night, so I'm inclined to just stay with this and read it and discuss it. But Jonathan, you've been with us for the whole case. If you feel like you need to go to sleep and take a break, feel free to just leave your comments next time. At the end of the church lead, Lucas said I should take her to the hospital. I considered hospital or asylum, but we never did it. That's shame on me. Okay, Anna says we could have gone there. Okay, so she's in Greenwich Village. So if we looked up hospitals, you could tell me if hotel, hospitals. what hospital would she have gone to? There is one, St. Vincent's. In fact, I wonder if we heard St. Vincent's. 42062. Okay, if it's Monday and you have marker S3, which we do, that's probably from seeing her. 15005. Okay, so, oh, this is our W4. Okay, so we probably should have thought of this one on ourselves. It's the same hospital the kid was at. All right. The psychiatric ward looks a bit like a jail. Bars are everywhere. The doctor said Miss Bossy got a sedative and was sleeping not long ago, but she's up now, so you can try and talk to her for a few minutes. She looks like a ghost of herself on the hospital bed, especially with that blonde hair. You feel very uncomfortable when you approach her bed. Hospitals creep out. You thought you wouldn't have to come here for a while when they discharged the kid, but here you go again. And this place is even worse than the ICU. Miss Bossy? Hi, are you feeling better? She's obviously not. Oh, Detective. Hello. Her voice is quite weak. I just wanted to ask you one more thing. Did you go back to the hotel on Friday? Did you talk to Miss Price? She looks at you with a vacant expression, but then she starts talking. Her voice is quiet, but you can hear her answer well. After you talked to me on Friday, I decided to try to talk to her, to Georgia, to convince her to tell you or Mr. Day she's all right and you don't need to worry. So I went to that hotel. No one was at the counter, so I looked into the register book and saw a Titania Smith in room 3. I went up to the first floor and knocked on the door with a number 3 on it, but no one answered, although I waited for a few minutes and knocked again. I had a strange feeling somehow. I can't really explain it. I just left and didn't say a word to anyone. Detective, your time's up. Miss Bossy needs to rest. The nurse calls from outside. Yes, of course, I'm coming. Thank you, Miss Bossy. Get well. You hesitate for a moment, but she doesn't open her eyes, and you leave the room. Circle Y4. Okay, I'm not going to give us Y4 because we didn't get that in time. I have a thought about this that I'm going to put in my to discuss notes. Okay, so pretty cool. And now this, one of the main things we debated was, we said, like, if she came clean about visiting the hotel room, then we would have trusted she wasn't involved in the killing. But one of the reasons I really held out and said it couldn't be a freak accident is because she didn't mention going to the hotel room. But now we get a reasonable explanation. It's not 100% clear why she wouldn't tell us this, but, well, she's not telling us until we confront her about it. So, okay. Pretty cool. But now we're 100% sure it was a freak accident, which is pretty cool in and of itself. All right, here we go. So we didn't get the Y4, but we got some of our bonuses, but we certainly didn't get the whole alphabet. All right, now, if you... I wouldn't mind my mouse. I wouldn't mind my mouse. If you don't have the required markers, you probably won't be able to answer all the questions. You have to use the hints now for the missing letters. Okay, but we have the missing letters, so we're okay. If you want to go back and follow leads, time isn't passing, but you have to check one demerit box for every lead you visit. If you decide not to go back, you can read the questions now. One impatient, but we're not. We are going to do this, and I am just going to pause and get my little mouse so that I can scroll a bit better. All right, here we go. When you're ready, go to the next page. Okay, I hope Jonathan is here for this. The dead actress, 6th Police Precinct, Monday, January 21st. You step into the office, hat low, coat still carrying the smell of the street. The chief's already waiting. Ah, Lucas, I've been expecting you. You're 2 hours late, he says. Ready to wrap this one up? You give a small nod. Yep. He leans forward, fingers steepled. All right, then, let's have it. How did Georgia Price die? His eyes narrow. Are we looking at suicide, or did someone help her along? And if they did, he adds quietly, well, I want the whole picture, how and why. Okay, give detailed explanations for every question, including names, times, locations, motives, means, and opportunity, and every piece of evidence you found or theory you constructed. You can write your answers here. How did the actress die? Okay, she died from her Cyclone B inhalation through the bathroom vent. She was probably passed out on that vent from the barbital veronal tranquilizer. And she ingested the pesticides that came right up through the vents. It wasn't a murder. It was negligent homicide, we would call it. Freak accident and negligent homicide, says Jonathan. Yes. Okay. Next. Why did she have to die? Interesting. Why did she have to die? How do we answer that question? She didn't have to die. Huh? What? This is a weirdly phrased. Why did she have to die? What does that mean? Maybe she got sick but was too afraid to leave and get publicity, so that's why she couldn't go get help. She couldn't call for help. Is that how you think we're answering that? She was hiding. The only way I can think to answer this is sort of like, why didn't she get help, or why couldn't anyone help her? And that's just because she's too proud to leave the room and admit the kidnapping was fake. There's my coffee here. Any thoughts on that one? John says, I guess I'll go passed out from not eating enough and taking too many sleeping drugs. Okay. That's reasonable too. You take a slow breath like the case still doesn't sit right in your gut. Well, it looked clean at first. Locked bathroom, dead actress, radio. We're already calling it a suicide before the body cooled. Pills in the bathroom, Veronal, coke in her bag. Even her shrink said it was possible. But I figured maybe someone slipped it to her. Laced in the cocaine, tampered with the sedative, would have been easy enough. Turns out cyanide's not exactly hard to come by in this city. They used it as rat poison, found it in the theater and her house as well. Little trays, yellowish crystals, anyone could have scooped some up easily enough. So yeah, plenty of people could have done it, but that doesn't mean they did. You stop for a moment, then continue. The cocaine was a dead end. She got a fresh batch from her supplier, Miller, but it's clean, white powder. Cyanide's yellow and grainy. You try mixing that in, it sticks out like a sore thumb. But the Veronal, well, that's a different story. Same kind of crystal, same color. You lace that with cyanide, nobody's the wiser, not until it's too late. Which means whoever did it didn't need to get fancy, they just needed access. Georgia Price kept the Veronal bottle in her purse, so yeah, someone at the theater could have gotten to it. Dressing rooms weren't locked, she's on stage rehearsing, purse sitting in the dressing room. Anyone from the company could have slipped something in, or someone at home. Same deal, bottle sitting around, easy to tamper with if you knew where to look. Plenty of opportunities. Okay, so there's our 20 points. We got that full 20 points. I asked myself, who had a motive? You let out a dry chuckle. Turns out, plenty of people. We got Baxter, former lover, carried a torch for her for months, but she drops him cold. He figures there's another man. That kind of thing eats at a guy. Jealousy's a strong poison, sometimes stronger than cyanide. Then there's Audrey Seals. I've already told you about the rivalry, but it runs deeper than we thought. Georgia didn't just compete with her, she humiliated her. Slept with her husband, Tracy, then rubbed it in her face at that dinner party. That's not just rivalry anymore. We found those notes in the hotel. Georgia blaming Seals for everything, thinking Audrey pushed her into that whole kidnapping stunt in the first place. So yeah, Chief, if you're looking for motive, well, we might already have our killer sitting in custody. Plus 10 points. We got all of those points. I wonder if, let me just, let me see if I might bring up this PDF this way. Just want to see if I might be able to read it more easily. This way. Sorry, I apologize for this. I'm just trying to figure out if I can. I guess I can't. I wouldn't mind being able to read it. Oh, that's okay. We'll just do it this way. We'll go back. Okay. You're looking for motive? We might already have our killer sitting in custody. So, do we have our killer sitting in custody? The chief asks with raised eyebrows. You shake your head slowly like you've already chased that road to the end and found nothing but smoke. No, although Seals wanted payback, that's true, because her unfaithful husband went and slept with her biggest rival this time. That's not just betrayal like all those other women, it's humiliation. So yeah, she hits back, files for divorce in secret in December, leaks it to the papers in January, makes sure it blows up at just the right time, right before Price's big moment. Whoa, it's not Arthur Baxter that leaked it? It's Audrey Seals herself? She stole the spotlight clean. Georgia Price clocked that part right, he smirked. She only needed to send an anonymous letter to the villager, typed it up at the theater. Same machine even picked up her husband's expression. The theater scene. People rub off on each other like that. Audrey Seals wanted to hurt Georgia Price, embarrass her, knock her off center stage. Killing her? No. Seals already won this one. She didn't need a body to prove it. Okay, so we do not get these 5 points. It sounds like we're going to get 0 points for that. That whole section is just about Audrey Seals not being the killer, but it seems like the main point of that whole thing is that Audrey Seals sent the letter. I was so convinced it was Baxter. I'm objecting to this answer, but okay. We're going to do 10 minus 10. Maybe Anna can try to convince me that the evidence was that she wrote it. You exhale slowly, like the case keeps growing new heads the more you cut it down. Yeah, there are others with motives, you sigh. Ada Bossy, another actress from the theater, obsessed with Price, followed her around, copied her, tried to be her, dyed her hair blonde, learned her part by heart, just waiting for the spotlight to fall away. Mrs. Florence saw her leaving the hotel Friday night. Yeah, she was there. Question is, why? Did she poison the Veronal earlier and come back to see if it worked, or did she try something that night? Obsession can turn ugly real fast. Then there's Lord Lytton, the husband, stands to inherit everything, and he's got big plans, big ones, farm, race horses, a whole new life. Trouble is, Georgia wasn't exactly on board with that dream. Now he suddenly takes a trip to Kentucky to look at and possibly buy a promising stallion. Convenient timing. Only question is, Did he go because he knew she'd be dead by then, or just because he didn't care if she was? And yeah, he had access to the pills too. Chauffeur handed him his wife's Veronal, easy enough to tamper with, before it even reached her. So we got revenge, obsession, and money as motives. Take your pick, Chief. 10 points. We got those 10 points. The Chief leans in now. All skepticism is gone. All right, Lucas. You got me hooked. Which one was it? His eyes lock onto yours. Who poisoned the Veronal? If you've got at least 40 points here, which we do, we have just barely 40 if we give ourselves 0. Minus a couple of points if we were supposed to visit the lawyer to confirm. Maybe I'm not going to take away the full points for Audrey Seals. So I'm going to take away half the points. I'll give us 5 for that. You think... I just assumed he was going to inherit everything, so I don't think I'm going to take away points for not proving that. I just assumed... We assumed he had a good motive, but we said he liked her too much. So I'm going to give us analytical, but I'm not going to give us the 50 points meticulous. All right, so we're going to get an analytical, but not another meticulous. So I went back, I gave us... Anna says, I don't think you should give ourselves the analytical. All right, I'm not going to argue with Anna on her case. Seems like we've got 40 points here. But Anna says no. Yes, I know. Anna ruled against us. Okay. All right. Anna is very tight with these points. He had access to the pills. We figured all that out. I don't know. I guess we didn't check with the inheritance, but okay. We didn't get we somehow don't get the analytical, and we don't get the meticulous. All right, let's keep going. If you haven't wrote it down yet, or you want to alter your answer, who poisoned the Veronal? Okay, no one poisoned the Veronal. We're all on board with that, right? We know how the poison got in. So you don't want me to get full points for this one, is that right? This last set, you don't want full points? Why? What did we not get? What did we not get in this section? Why don't we get 10 points here? Maybe Anna, how many points should we get here? Why don't you just tell Anna, tell me how many points we should get in this section and this section. Of the 10, how many? And of the 10, how many? Because I gave us 5 for the first one, even though I object to it. And how much do you want me to get taken off in the second part? Because we're not going to get analytical, we got to lose at least 10 points from these two. Jonathan is right. You missed the lawyers. All right. Then I will give us another, I'll dock ourselves, what? Another 5? That still gives us 40. So where do you want me? 38 points total, says Anna. All right. Anna says we get 38 points total from that set. I object to the letter, but we'll deal with that later. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Let's continue here. V4 full. Okay, here we go. 38 points we got, according to Anna. All right, and we're agreed no one poisoned the Veronal. That's the thing, Chief. The lab didn't find any poison anywhere. Not in the cocaine and not in the Veronal. Green even took food samples from the kitchen of the hotel, combed the building for poison. There was none. And not just that, the ME couldn't find a trace of cyanide in the actress's stomach. No overdose either. He agreed that the cardiac arrest and all the symptoms, blue skin, clenched teeth, frothing mouth, pointed to cyanide poisoning, but Georgia Price didn't swallow any cyanide at all. The Chief stares at you, completely lost now. And how the hell did she die, he asks, and why does it look like cyanide poisoning if she didn't take any? You let a faint shadow of a smile cross your face. That's the question, Chief. The only one that matters, and I think I've got the answer. If you haven't written it down yet, or you want to alter your answer, how did Georgia Price die? Why did she show the symptoms of cyanide poisoning? Okay, we know it's the Cyclone B coming up from the fumigation. You nod slowly, like the last piece finally fell into place. Well, while I was digging into the cyanide angle, I learned they don't just use it as bait. They use it for fumigation too. Gas, real nasty stuff. Everyone has to vacate the premises when they use it. Can't return for an hour or two after that either. But there was no rat fumigation at the hotel on Friday or any day for that matter. Not to mention the owner lady and the other guests who were also at the hotel didn't get poisoned like Miss Price. I wanted to make sure, so I went back and asked about pest control. Turns out the neighboring food market's been fighting rats in the cellar for a while now. Bad enough that Mrs. Florence could hear the rodents scratching at night. Her bathroom sits right above that cellar. Couldn't get to Fraser, the neighbor, guy's out of town, but I tracked down the pest control outfits he used. Turns out the first was the local company Big Apple Pest Control. They only used baits, which weren't effective at all. So Fraser hired another company, Rose's Rat Exterminator. Miss Rose Watson told me how they fumigated the food market's cellar with cyanide gas at 8 p.m. on Friday, the exact time Miss Price died in her bathroom. 20 points. Surely we got that full 20 points. Yeah, but how the hell does cyanide gas get to that Price woman's bathroom? Asked the chief, perplexed. If you've got 20 points, plus 1 efficient. Okay, so we get plus 1 efficient. All right, because we got that perfect. If you haven't written down or you want to alter your answer, how did the cyanide gas get to Miss Price's bathroom? You can read. So it's up through the vent that Jonathan spotted on the wall. Here we go. Any last minute thoughts before we click next? Because we got to get this right. We need all the points we can get. Clearly it's coming up. It's either coming up from the vents in the plumbing, but vents in the plumbing are supposed to have traps that would prevent any gas from coming back up. And the water line, it's not going to come up. So I think it's absolutely right. It was that vent on the wall that Jonathan spotted right there. Windows closed, so there's no air coming in, and it's coming up through that vent. Jonathan says no last minute doubt. Okay, here we go. Through the vent, Chief. You say, right there on the wall. When I went back to the hotel on Monday, I noticed the ventilation grill on the wall next to the bathtub. The neighbor's cellar runs under the hotel owner's bathroom, and that one sits right below room 3. Straight line up. They asked, didn't need much, just an opening. The exterminators cleared the market, sure. Nobody thought about the hotel next door. You shake your head. Fortunately, the other guests were in the dining room from 8 to 9 eating supper. Miss Florence didn't go back to her room even after that. She thought she saw Miss Price leaving, so she waited for her until midnight. And she uses the bathroom next to the dining room when she's at the counter. Lucky woman. Real lucky. If she had gone back to her room earlier, well, we'd be talking about 2 bodies right now. I had the ME rerun this Prussian blue test, but examining the lungs instead of the stomach, and he already confirmed it. Prussian blue lit up the lungs like the 4th of July. So that's it. Georgia Price didn't swallow cyanide, she breathed it in, and that's what killed her. 20 points. We got the full 20 points for that, thanks to Jonathan spotting the vent. The chief just stares at you. So let me get this straight. We got a dame who might have taken her own life, had a rival who hated her guts, an obsessed understudy breathing down her neck, a jilted lover, and a husband with dollar signs in his eyes. He leans forward. And you're telling me nobody killed her? That it was an accident? He holds his gaze. Pretty much, yep. Although Georgia Price set the stage herself when she tried to pin a crime on Audrey Seals, play the victim, grab the spotlight, if she hadn't pushed things that far, she would have probably still be alive, not gassed by cyanide. Life can throw up some very peculiar situations. The gas part was blind luck. Wrong place, wrong time. City's full of funny ways to die. This one just happened to look like murder. But just to be sure, I thought of an experiment, something we can run, prove it one way or the other. If you've got 20 points here from the vent, then +1 clever. Okay. If you had an idea what kind of experiment Lucas is talking about, write it down for an extra 4 points. Huh. That's fun. What experiment could we do to prove it's not murder? I thought of experiment to prove one way or the other. Put a bag over that vent and pump the gas in again? What are we trying to prove? I thought we were trying to prove that it's not murder. That it was an accident. Is he trying to find a way to prove it's not Audrey, or is he trying to find a way to prove... I thought I'd spare it. Someone can run. Prove it one way or the other. Not sure what he's trying to prove. Sounds like he's trying to prove that it wasn't murder. But I don't really understand. See if smoke will rise through the vent. I see. So you think he's trying to prove if the gas could have come up there and killed her. Okay, I think that's fair. Little smoke test. Little smoke test. That's smart. And Jonathan says, that's probably smarter than doing the whole gas poison again. Okay, I like it. I like it a lot. Let's see if you're thinking what Anna was thinking. Read epilogue and give our final score after that. Okay. Freakish accident killed the actress. So I just want to make sure we haven't. There was nothing. He said, write it down for an extra 4 points. Okay, we're going to find out in a bit. Here we go. Freakish accident killed the actress by Billy Jones. It turns out that the death of famous Hollywood star Georgia Price, which we reported on previously, was not a suicide after all, but the result of a barely believable accident. As her bad luck would have it, Miss Price was in a very wrong place at the worst possible time, in the bathroom of her hotel on that Friday night at the exact time when the neighboring food market cellar was fumigated with cyanide gas. This highly poisonous gas did not just stay in the cellar, but flowed up through the ventilation system 2 floors above, right into the unfortunate actress's bathroom, killing her instantly. Do you, dear reader, find this story as unbelievable as we did when we first heard it at the editorial office? Never fear, the police found a way to convince even our most skeptical readers. They set up an experiment at the hotel, putting a cage with lab rats in the hotel bathroom where the actress died, then asked the fumigation company to repeat their process in the neighbor's cellar, exactly the same way as they did on this fatal Friday. So Rose's rat exterminator did exactly that. They fumigated the neighboring cellar, but this time they vacated not only the deluxe food market, but the entire Hotel Florence as well, as they should have done before. Only the wretched rats remained in the bathroom. The cops then had to wait more than an hour before it was safe to return, but when they did, they found the rats dead in their cage. The experiment was successful. Mrs. Rose Watson and her fumigation crew, however, were arrested at once and will be put on trial for negligent homicide. It turns out that not only the rats, but also the rat exterminators will regret the day they participated in Detective Lucas's infamous experiment. End of the Collector Trilogy. Okay, so we don't get our full 4 points, but we get 2. We predicted that I said they were going to arrest these exterminators. 2 points. Jonathan suggested they repeat it, but sort of do it, so maybe we get... I guess we only get 1 point for this out of 4, because we were going to do a smoke test, which really wasn't going to prove anything. They did it the way you do it back in 1935. You just put some rats in a cage and kill them off, and there they are. They're the rats in the bathroom. That seems very realistic. All right. Final scoring. Here we go. And here we have a little bit of a repeat, but I have that on question 1, but we just got our points. We didn't get our, let me see what we've got here. 38, 58, 68, 69 points for question 3. All right, let's see. Question 1, culture. Question 2, we've got our questions, culture. Question 3, questions and culture. So essentially, we're just adding up points for 1, 2, and 3, which I have here. 84 in section 1, 85 in questions 2, and 69 in 3. And then our culture. So I guess we're going to do it this way. Final score. So we got 84 points here, 85 points here, 69 points here. And then for culture in general, we would get, max 10 points 1, max 10 points 2. Well, I think that looks like actually we got 22, but it looks like Anna wanted us to max out at 20. So we're going to get plus 20 points for culture total. And then let's see. Are we told about demerits? How many points? We think it's, 1 demerit is -2. 1 reputation is +2. Oh, and culture is 2. So actually we got 20 points of culture times 2. 2 points per culture. That's pretty good. So we got 40 points worth of culture. And then if you look at our demerit, 5, 10, 15, 16, 17. So minus 34 demerits. And then 2 points per reputation is plus 10 points for reputation. So here's what I have. Oh, plus 20 points for culture. All that culture was wasted on us, huh? Culture max, you're right. Looks like even though we would get 40's worth, we only allowed to have 10 points per. Okay. You can have, Anna says, I'm not sure what was the plus points max 10 points originally. Just ignore that. You can have more points than enough reputation points. Okay, I don't quite understand that. More points than enough reputation points. But if we're maxing out 20 total points with culture, that's 20 points we lost that we could have gotten. But that makes sense. You shouldn't be, most of your score can't be culture. Okay, if you could guess the experiment, record +1 clever. I guess we didn't really fully guess the experiment. I'm a little confused here now about this point about culture. Up here it says maxing out at 10 points culture for Q1 and Q2. And then down here it's saying we would get just 20 points alone from the paper. So how does that work? Like, I don't understand that. Why is this line here? It feels like this line shouldn't be here. We got culture along the way, and then we should be getting the points from the culture. I don't understand why now. First of all, there's 3 papers. Second of all, why would we be adding culture? That's very confusing to me. Feels like we should, it feels like this should be a lot simpler. It should just say, add up your points in section 1, add up your points in section 2, add up your points in section 3, and then get +2 for culture, max out at 20, and get +2 for reputation and -2 for demerits. I don't understand why there's this. Oh, that's a little confusing that we're repeating all this, and this is maxing out, and this is adding it here. And it says the point system is broken. I messed with it during the playthrough. Okay, that's all right. That's all right. Let me tell you what I think. It makes sense. I think everything makes sense, and I fully support the idea that you're putting a ceiling on the points we can get from culture. So that all works well. I think this could just be simpler in saying add the points you calculated in question 1, section 2, section 3, and then as a final thing, it should say subtract 2 points per demerit, add 2 points for reputation, and for culture, you can 2 points per culture, maxing out at 20 points. Okay, and then we don't need this thing here. Okay, if you've earned 20 culture points, which we have, +4 cultured in our campaign log. Okay, so Anna is saying go to our thing and we get +4 cultured. 1, 2, 3, 4. Feels like it, maybe it should check if we've got not, I feel like maybe you should only get that if you've got 20 culture checkboxes. That's why this is a little confusing, because if the culture is 2 points per, we actually got 20 cultures, in which would have equaled to 40 points. This feels like this should say if you've checked 20 culture boxes. Okay, rather than this, or 1 point per culture. Anyway, played it solo, won lone wolf, which we didn't. Okay, so what's our final score? Score is not the most important thing, but here we go. So 169, 229, 238, 258, 224, 234 is what I get loosely. Let's try to do it again. 168 plus 70 is 238, 58, 68, 34. I still get 234. Okay, I think this is our final score. So if we're doing it up here, we're getting a final score of 234. The merits in this game, quite a few. 5, 10, 17 demerits. We did get some reputation. 5, not 4. And a total culture of 22. The reason we care about this is because in the decades to come, other groups are going to play this, and we're going to post this online, and other people will be able to compare how they did with us. And that's going to be the fun part. Okay, so we're going to talk about this, but first we want to read behind the scenes, if Anna has written us one. Oh, here we go. Above 260, hard-boiled detective. We didn't get there. But we did get Gumshoe. From 220 to 260, Gumshoe. So I will write that down in our notes here. That we got the Gumshoe rating. Okay. Or if you mostly lost points because of overtime, hardball. Okay, so Anna's letting us nudge ourselves up there, but I'm gonna, good enough. Gumshoe is good enough. There's a caveat under Gumshoe. If we lost it to overtime. Yeah, I'm not sure we did. I mean, we did We did get 17 points worth of demerits from overtime. So that would be 34 points. That would push us into hard-boiled detective zone. I'm okay with Gumshoe. I'm okay with Gumshoe. Okay, here we go. Now we get to read the postscript from Anna. Behind the scenes postscript from the author. These were my first New York Noir cases. I originally wanted to write a case about a stolen manuscript involving authors and other artists, so that's why I picked Greenwich Village as my main neighborhood. But as I researched the village, the period, and the newspapers, the story kept getting longer and longer. I integrated the stolen painting storyline first, and then a murder. At that point, I felt that it was too much for one case, so I broke it into 3 parts. My plan was to make the first case an easy one, the second one a medium, and the third one a hard one. As the months and years went by, the directories, casebooks, and the website went through a lot of changes, so I had to learn a lot of new stuff while writing my story. It's a very exciting experience. I enjoyed it so much I started writing new cases immediately after the first trilogy. I found wonderful playtesters both through the Co-op for 2 Discord channel and in real life. Playtesting my cases is always a very intense experience, especially when I watch the sessions live on YouTube, but it's also very exciting and wonderful. So thanks to everyone who contributed to the project in some way. Special thanks to Jesse, of course, the father of this whole project and my main support in running the cases, to Debbie, my wonderful editor, Rob, who helped making the documents look realistic, Jonathan, who heroically played through all 3 cases with Jesse on the YouTube channel, and of course to all my playtesters. I'm so grateful to all of you. A few little Easter eggs. Mickey Sullivan hired Marie in the Cafe Dante, and Micah Murphy's big painting was Virgilius and Dante on the Union Square. Cafe Dante and Virgilius and Dante. You went to see The Black Cat on Monday night. This film was claiming to be an adaptation of Poe's story, and the collector wanted a Poe manuscript. The kid pointed out one of the painters who visited in case 1, Louis Ponder, was the inspiration for one of the characters in Maham's novel of human bondage. You went to see the film's adaptation. In real life, the painter's name was Ernest Lawson. Okay, historical background, aka real people and events in the cases. Case 1. The Willoughby Museum was the Whitney Museum of American Art in real life in Greenwich Village at the time, but later moved to Hudson Yards to Gansevoort 99, like the museum in my case. The 4 painters and their biographies are real, though I used fake names. The real paintings and painters were High Bridge by Ernest Lawson, Sentinels by Alexander Brooke, Dust, Draught, and Destruction by William C. Palmer, and Nude by Isabel Bishop. The Biennial was a real exhibition at the Whitney, although they bought 6 village canvases, not 4. Information about Dante, Virgil, Beatrice, and the Divine Comedy and the actors are real facts. The movie article about the Black Cat is based on a real article from 1934. In case 2, information about Jackson Pollock's youth coming to New York with brother Charlie, being poor and working on murals and as a school janitor is true, but the paintings are not. Inspiration for them was his early painting Going West from this period. Information about the 5 authors you found in the paper, Shakespeare, Twain, Poe, Addie, and Rilke, are real facts. Twain and Tesla really experimented together. I used real photos. Twain's cousin really lived in Greenwich Village. There really was an article in The Villager about him, but his real name was William Griffith. Most of the articles used in the paper are from the Villager's January 10th issue, 1935, the Poe Dinner, Missouri Lauds Twain, Shakespeare Fellowship, but Mrs. Boyle was Mrs. Alberta Galatia Child in real life, although I altered the articles a bit. I used the Poe experts' real names in the game. They really attended that Poe dinner. That's crazy. Case 3. The Sphinx is an existing short story of Poe's, but its history was imagined for the game. Love it. I left out a few important roles from the Midsummer Night's Dream, like Bottom, who gets the famous donkey head. Edwin Day, the director, was Frank Short in real life. Narcissus and Echo, Greek and Roman myths of human bondage, was a real movie. Lucas's opinions about it were based on an article about the film. The information about Veronal, cyanide, and pest control in the 1930s, and about horse racing with all the named horses, and the information about the theaters are also real from various websites and articles. Most of the articles in this case are from January 1935 from The Villager and other papers. Dr. Costello was based on Karen Horney, a psychiatrist of this era who was the specialist of narcissism. Georgia and Audrey's rivalry was based on Betty Davis and Joan Crawford's feud that lasted a lifetime. Oh my God, love it. George's youth was based on the actress Clara Bow's life story. George's death was based on the death of an elderly couple in a Brooklyn hotel bathroom in 1922. The cellar fumigation, the Prussian blue test, a stubborn detective who kept going back to the hotel and kept investigating cyanide, and the experiment with the rats all happened. Inspiration for my first noir cases, expressions, slang, and even direct quotes here and there, mostly in case 1, sometimes in case 2 and 3, are from The Big Sleep by Raymond Chandler. And here we have a full walkthrough. And then let's just take a look at how many hints there are. So many hints. Let me see what the hint was for X3 if we had gotten to the end. Did you go back to Hotel Florence on Monday? There you go. So if we had gotten stuck and Anna wasn't here, we would have read the hint for X3, and that would have reminded us to go back to Hotel Florence. Terrific. Well, there you have it. Quite an experience. All right, we're going to take an 8-minute break here, and then we're going to come back and talk a little bit about the case. If Jonathan Warner is still awake and with us, we'll start with his comments. We've been playing almost 4 hours. We'll get one more session where we're just talking about the case, some constructive criticism, some highlights, favorite parts. If you've joined me for this 6-part session, I'd love to hear your thoughts. I'm sure Anna would as well, but most of you probably aren't here live. If you want to add your comments below this video, I'm sure we would all love to read them. We're going to take an 8-minute break. We'll come back and talk about it. All right, after 4 hours this session, and I don't know, how maybe 4 hours each of the previous sessions, so maybe you're looking at 24 hours worth of playthroughs over the last week, where we've played through the Collector Trilogy Part 3, Case 3, the Actress, and then prior to that, the Model, and then prior to that, a year ago, the Rookie. We have now finished this trilogy of the Collector, and it has been pretty amazing and pretty epic. Let us check in with the chat, see what Jonathan and others and Anna have to say, and then I'm going to go through some thoughts here. John says, congrats, really immersive, as Jesse says, epic length case. I'm sort of blown away with how many twists got packed into that very last day. Talking about the Poe dinner, there was the great ending scene where we caught the Collector. The fun part about figuring out the Collector's name, including the Sphinx story itself. And this is a bit too long a case even. I don't agree with that, but I wrote this for you, Jesse and Jonathan. Hoped you can solve it, and you sure did. Most playtesters didn't do too well on the Collector Q&A. Jonathan says, the Georgia story had an enjoyable, if that's the right word, sense of dread, as we felt something bad was going to happen to her. But like I said, there were many more twists after her demise. Tony Granat says, what a talent. Keep writing, Anna. Really like the true history you add and the manner of death being based on real events. Did you like the authentic sounding radio announcement? Shout out to Rob for that. As Jesse pointed out, great question and answer sections in all the cases. Okay, let me talk a little bit about this, then we'll check in with the chat. So there are, I don't think, it's hard to think of a case that has stirred up so many observations, questions, not questions, so many discussions about the system and writing mystery as this case. Constantly, it had me thinking about ideas and issues and things that were done. And it's fascinating to me that as we've played, the quality of cases for New York Noir has just blown me out of the water. And it's really interesting how each of them have sort of differences. They have a very different vibe, but also a different sort of focus and stuff. And there's so many things about this trilogy that jump out at me. But let me start, I think, maybe the part that that is so interesting to me is the structuring of this case. The storytelling, but the structural decisions, that's what has jumped out at me. I mean, this is pretty amazing. So let's just focus on this third case, the Actress. I mean, it's so wonderful to have a connected trilogy, and I love the long games and the fact that it took us 6 sessions to play through this, and it was connected. I mean, I just love that it's long with this continuing storyline. But I think if you even, let's just look at this Actress case. There are structural things happening here that I find very advanced and hard for me to imagine writing. A bunch of them. So first of all, the whole nature of this thing where it's the Collector trilogy, and yet, in each case, that's a minority of sort of what you're doing. It's sort of used as a structural framework over the storytelling. But in every case, we've got this dual track. We've got sort of the main storyline, and then you've got this other mystery. Each of these cases, each of the cases in the trilogy, but even in this one case, it's like we've got these 2 mysteries happening at the same time. There is something very satisfying about that. That's an alien way of thinking about these mysteries from my standpoint. I tend to think of, you've got the mystery, And maybe if you're lucky, the author is writing a tiny little like 4-lead side case. And that's what we're used to. And I think we saw in this playthrough, in this set of cases, how powerful this structure is of having parallel mysteries, because the possibilities of having players not sure when something is about one, when something is about another. You can shift when you run out of leads to follow in one, you shift to another. It keeps your mind sort of running on these dual tracks that are quite enjoyable. And then that they're tied together with this partnership. So one person is interested in this, one person is interested in this. They're talking about it. That dual track stuff was really worked well. It also created, I think, it also worked really well with a whole other thing that Anna turns out to be really good at, which is pacing. Like, it's sort of shocking that every day we were a little bit worried. We were worried about time running out. We were always pushed right to our limit of running out of time. Each day we went a little bit over, but we were a little bit worried about going over too much with the demerits. But the whole pacing of everything was so tight. Like, it was always tense. It was always felt like we were running out of time to do stuff. And it was kind of fascinating that we started out and we were like, well, we can investigate the dinner, the robbery of the collector, or we could investigate this actress who's been kidnapped. And we spent one day trying to catch one person, and then we're like, is it important for us to get her by the end of the day? Do we need to solve this? Should we shift back? Like, is something bad going to happen on this if we ignore this part? If we ignore part A of the mysteries, are we going to be in trouble? And so you're sort of juggling, like, how much effort should you put into one and then switch? Because are you risking bad things happening to the case you're ignoring? That is really enjoyable. And that is not something I remember encountering in any other Sherlock Holmes consulting detective case, and certainly not in any New York Noir case. And it never even occurred to me to structure something like that. But that structure worked so well. The fact that we were like, should we shift over? I remember that first day, we were just following Georgia Price, the kidnapping. Like, is this important? Is this woman going to get killed? And we were kind of saying, like, all right, I guess we can let this one fester a bit. And it completely switched on day two. Day two, we had this event, this dinner, and we realized, oh my God, this woman has kidnapped herself. She can keep. Her story will keep. Let's shift over and solve this by the time of this dinner. And it also showed how well this event system of multiple days does work, because that scheduled dinner, we had some scheduled events, we had things that didn't come through to day two. But that's the thing that has lingered the most with me about this case, is the pacing and the structuring of stuff. The other thing that's remarkable is what Jonathan was alluding to about the twists. Like, it was just one twist after another in this case, like one deep mystery after another. And there were great points of bottlenecks where we couldn't figure out how to proceed. But the fact that there was this whole mystery of, is it Poe? Is it Twain? And then what's the personal connection? And then what does that mean about who the name is? Who's going to be at the thing? What's the con artist woman going to be doing? Who is she impersonating? Just every day had a whole bunch of these wonderful little mysteries to sink our teeth into. Some we resolved right away. Some revealed themselves later on. And then the little bit of foreshadowing where we all predicted after day two, we sat and said, this self-kidnapping narcissist woman, she's going to end up dead. We all predicted it. Now, we didn't know how, we didn't know who, but we felt like something bad was going to happen to this woman, and it did. So that's the part that has sort of lingered the most with me, is the structure and the pacing. That is to say nothing of all of the fact that we were getting new documents from day 1 to day 5. We even got some new interesting documents on this final day of the case that felt like it was all wrapped up. End of day 3, we felt like the case could have been wrapped up there. And then we've got 2 great days with new documents. There was even a document with a photo of a vent that Jonathan had to look at and analyze and find the little hidden vent there. It was almost like a classic dossier game, where like a classic Cryptic Killers, where you had to spot something. Pretty amazing. Pretty amazing. But there are other things here that were just as enjoyable. One of the other hallmarks of the Anna stuff is the history. We've talked about that. That almost doesn't need talking about. It's just so good. There's so much history everywhere. It's clear Anna loves the history stuff. Reading that behind the scenes stuff to hear about how so much of it was real. There's something really enjoyable about that. Personally, I loved hearing about Seabiscuit and the horses stuff. I don't know why we didn't get culture for that, but I'll tell you another highlight for me. Another real highlight is that when we play these kinds of games, like the Cryptic Killers game or whatever, there are plenty of writers who can create a mystery, a logical mystery. And that's very enjoyable, to try to solve a logical mystery. How did someone die? Who had the motive? Who had the means of the opportunity, the timeline? But from my standpoint, you can only, a case, however good the mystery and the logic is, it's only ever at like the B grade. The only way you get the A grade is the psychology. For me, it is just a totally different class of game when you can sit there debating the psychology of the people involved in the case. What would a narcissist do? Would someone really kill her out of jealousy? Who would write that note in that way with those terms? And having such a long case with such long scenes where we meet this troupe over and over again, talking to these people involved, this close-knit group of actors. And in this case, they were like cheating on each other and having divorce and all of the psychology that goes along with that. And that we got to spend so much time thinking about it, so much time dealing with this woman, Ada Bossy, who might have a good motive to kill her, was a little bit wacky, and then to spend so much time focused on the personality of this self-kidnapping and get to read her diary and think about, would she write this letter to the press? Which letter would she have written? Then the whole typewriter stuff, the documents, I mean, all that's amazing. But as great as that is, for me, the psychological scenes, and we run into the guy who's crying into his beer with the dancer, confessing he was in love with her, and then the guy who was jealous of the other guy, and the women who are jealous of each other, and the director, and the guy who felt guilty for giving her the drugs. All of that psychology is so satisfying to reason about. And that's what really elevates these cases. I've got some suggestions, but I want to talk about a couple more parts that jump out at me as being memorable. And one of them, Jonathan has already talked about. the other thing that's so amazing, and really we can trace this back to Razorhurst, because before New York Noir was in development, we played through Razorhurst, and we all sort of spent some time talking about how well the endings of Razorhurst were handled in terms of questions and answers. And we've all sort of embraced that, and Anna has done a great job of embracing that. And what that means is questions where you're basically asked to explain it, and then you get the explanation, and you're told, give yourself a score here from 1 to 20 based on how well you do it, and breaking up the questions. Traditional Sherlock Holmes consulting detective, get to the end of the case, here are your 5 questions, here are the answers to those 5 questions, give yourself the score. This is a totally different experience. This is, we're going to walk you through the ending in a sort of dialogue with sections where you're going to try to come up with your answer, and then you're going to get told what happened, and you're going to give yourself a score. And then what Anna did here, though, which was so great, was something that there's a lot of stuff that needs to get stolen from the way Anna did it and incorporated into future cases. But how brilliant was it here to not have just questions when you finish the 5th day? How perfect was it that, like, the whole thing was structured so that we had questions for the collector case, and then questions for the other case of the kidnapping, and then questions for this 3 separate tranches of questions and answers. And in retrospect, maybe that seems like, of course you do it that way. Of course you don't make the people wait till the end to answer questions of everything, but it worked so well here. And it was so fun to get these interludes where we had this question and answer and scoring. I love that. And I love the little moral choices. I can't even remember what they were at some points. It was we got to choose whether to arrest someone. Maybe that was in the model case. But boy, was that structured well. And Anna agrees. I loved Razorhurst. That was my template. Well, Razorhurst had a close history too. Anna and John Keane and their focus on history and sort of the pathos, you can see the real connection there. There are lots of details that I've shared with Anna, lots of little details that I loved in the case. I mean, the audio recordings was amazing. The newspapers, 3 newspapers to dig into was great. So lots of great stuff. Anna and I, and we've talked, you could watch our playthrough and see the points where we had little struggles, and some of that was just mechanically how the late night sessions was structured and what the instructions really were for going into overtime, and maybe the scoring. All of that little mechanical stuff, I think, can be tightened up a little bit. And I've made my comments about the newspaper shot. Like, it's clear Anna has adopted classic Sherlock Holmes newspaper approach, which is basically like there are no coincidences in the newspaper. If there's a flower shop mentioned in the newspaper, it's the key flower shop. If it's the brewery, it's the key. So I've made my suggestions that I'm not a huge fan of that. I like better the idea that the newspaper might give you hints to go to a flower shop, but maybe it's not going to be the key item or stuff like that. We talked about that. And you watched our playthrough, a couple of ideas we thought were brilliant that would be nice to have leads for. That's how playtesting goes. You see people think of clever things that you didn't think of to add it. Let's see what else I've done here. Yes, okay, so this is the first case that has really had a long multi-game campaign where you had to remember the previous cases. And this is the first time this has really been done. I think we learned a little bit about that. I think one thing we've learned is that you have to assume the player hasn't played the previous game for a year. So you really got to refresh them. I don't think you want a case where the game depends on you remembering something from a case you played a year ago. So I think it would be better when you write case 2, whenever the player meets someone again, it says, I remembered him from this, whatever. Or maybe a little recap. And the game actually did that for us in this one, maybe. There was a point where it said, go back to Julius's bar, do that. I think that's the way to do it. You sort of refresh the person. And then there were some technical things about how to tell someone they could go somewhere and come back. That's all fine. These are all very small little technical things. And how to nudge people to the right libraries, all that stuff. Again, pacing, answering questions mid-game, all that true. 2 cases at once. Okay. And then a couple other minor suggestions. Some of these photos were of real actors. The AI has gotten better now. I think that's a great thing. I loved having the photographs. And you can see I printed them out on photo paper, which Anna suggested. It's so good to have those photographs to go through. Okay, there were a couple of tone things. I think in general, I really like the writing. Occasionally, Anna has a really good feel for sort of bittersweet stuff. All of the relationship with Brooke and Lucas, I loved how it was done. There were a couple of writing things that jumped out at me as being a little awkward, at least to modern ears. Now, you know my position. My position is sort of like that's part and parcel of making a game set in 30s, that you're going to get language that doesn't feel right. Occasionally, it feels like Lucas is a little hard on effeminate men in a way that made me a tiny bit uncomfortable. Part of that is just, that was the language of the time. And so I don't know, it might be a personal thing why sometimes some language feels period appropriate and some not. Maybe, I'm not sure, it may just be a personal thing, but to me, occasionally it felt a little cruel. Maybe that's the difference. Like I can completely, and maybe it's just a personal prejudice and bias, but if Lucas talks about looking at a girl and noticing her legs and calling her a minx, somehow that doesn't feel cruel to me. It might feel sexist, but I'm like, that's how he is. But when he's dipping into a little cruelty occasionally, like he's talking to people about cowardly and sissy, it hits a little differently. That's not to say to change it. It's just to say my observation. Okay, before I continue, let me read a little bit more here. Breaking up the questions over the case was a great idea. To be honest, I think I have a bit more complicated feelings about the parallel aspects of the case. It did lead to some interesting discussions about when to switch. I'll have to think about it. I think maybe it was a little too unclear for me what could be resolved each day. And with such a big case with so many characters, this element made it a bit harder to keep track of them all in my mind. I think that's fair. I think those are 2 different comments, which are both worth thinking about. One is, at what point are you overtaxing the player with too many details? And I feel like this was a good challenge for us, not for a beginner player, but that's why the difficulty. I think the second comment actually is worth a little more chewing on, which is, I distinctly remember one of the reasons why we spent our whole first day tracking down Georgia is because of that conversation we had with the director. And we say to him on the first day, like the first couple scenes, we're in the theater, and we say to him, all right, I'm going to go look for her. But if I can't find her by tomorrow, you're going to have to call the police and you're going to have to reveal she's been kidnapped and all that. And like many things when we play these games, I took that as a hint. Okay, we got to fix this by the end of the day. And that wasn't the case. And I think maybe one has to be a little more careful about signposting that stuff. And if you have a throwaway scene where the guy says, you got to find her by tomorrow, otherwise all bets are off, players may view that as their hint that it has to be solved by the end of the day. And you could try doing it different ways. You could either remove such a dialogue, or you could have a different scene where the detective talks to his boss and says, well, Lucas, try to find her, but if you can't, it's not the end of the world. Like maybe some sort of guidance to answer Jonathan's question. A little too unclear what could be resolved each day. Just a little bit of guidance so the players know what they're supposed to do. But the other thing, if you could just convince the player that it's not going to be the end of the world, no matter what, then it's okay. And sort of, as long as we trust that the marker system and the author is going to keep us from misspending our time, as long as that trust is there, then it's okay. The main problem comes in is if the players are worried. Like the players worry that a terrible thing's going to happen if they don't solve this, then you might be nudging them into spending their time badly because they're afraid if they're not going to get it in time. So yeah, like maybe if that scene had been the opposite, maybe if the scene was like, well, I'll try to find her today. If I can't, maybe we'll try to bring in more officers tomorrow or something, then maybe that would have shifted the way we focused on it. And this was a note to myself. There was a very cool moment where we wondered where she was sending this letter in Murray Hill. And then I spotted the Daily News on the Murray Hill map atlas. That was a very fun moment, and it got me thinking that in general, I've told people don't pay attention to the illustrations on the map. They're just a random subset of illustrations. But now I think I might shift that around a bit and say, maybe embrace the idea that places on the atlas are going to draw one's attention and maybe use them a little bit for spatial puzzles. There was a really interesting thing Anna did with saying you can visit extra leads now at demerit costs. And I have to chew on this one a little bit because in my cases, what happens is when you get to the end of the day, you check if you've found all the required leads. And if you haven't, you have to go back out and find them, and you get demerits for being in overtime or whatever. And when you find them all, you have to end the day. And structurally, that's important. It's important. Basically, Anna does it in a slightly different way with the required markers. But essentially, you're just giving the author some control over ensuring that the player has seen the critical ones. Now, Anna is a little different than me. For me, I'm like, here are the absolute central ones that need to be found at the last possible moment because the events depend on it. So in my cases, what you tend to see is that the last day, you've got the most markers, but there's still only a fraction of the markers. And in the early days, very few required markers. Whereas Anna is like part one, you have to found A through Z, basically. And if you haven't, Anna says, well, you're probably going to have trouble. And mine is slightly differently. Anna uses markers a lot more than me. So Anna wants you to find all these small things, whereas I tend to say, well, I'm just going to pick out the most important markers. And if you miss the others, that's on you. And you're going to mess up. And I don't help you with that. But that's something worth chewing on. But what actually jumped out at me was something different. And that was in Anna's case, on the different days, they all had this common thing where when you got to the end, even before you looked at the required markers, Anna basically says, your day ends at 8, and then if you want to go do some more, you can, but they're going to cost you some demerits. You can just willingly keep looking before you even learn what markers are required. And I found that quite interesting because every time that happened, it gave us a choice. Are there leads that are worth losing points over? Is it better for us to go look at leads, 4 extra leads tonight, take some demerits? Or do we just wait till tomorrow? And one of the reasons people don't call games like Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective a game is because there aren't decisions to be made. In other words, it's like a puzzle, but you're not faced with tough decisions. So I think anytime you can give a decision to players, whether it's a moral decision or a branching decision, it's worth embracing. And I really enjoyed that moment. It's interesting because the group seemed to disagree with me. When we got to like one of these days, I was like, well, yeah, there are other places we can go, but I'd rather go in the morning. I don't want the demerits. And you don't have to give people much of a penalty to discourage them, to give them a tough choice. And I enjoyed struggling with that choice. Most of the time we decided, all right, let's just take a demerit. It's no big deal. It's no big deal. It's no big deal. But it still gets you at the back of your mind. You're like, I want a perfect score. Maybe this lead isn't important. And I think that's enough to make an interesting moment. So I think I might try to look for ways to do that. Okay, and then I made a couple suggestions about things I thought could be done a little differently. Anna can look at those. And in fact, I have one for that last scene. So I don't need to talk about those in depth. I talked about them a little bit during the time. But let me just talk about the one that we haven't talked about. The Ada Bossy scene. So this last day of the case was pretty good. I mean, it was pretty great that it felt like it was all about just figuring out who killed her. And as Jonathan said, there were lots of twists. And we had, was it poison in the cocaine? Was it poison in the sleeping drug? And then we had to wait a day. So it's 2 days for that final stuff. And so if stuff got unfolded, lots of little twists and mysteries. And in the end, we found Ada Bossy. She's clearly meant to be hard to find. We finally found her, and we had this very interesting scene where she's clearly a little bit unstable. She admits one part of tracking her down, which was very fun that we anticipated that. But then she doesn't reveal that she saw her that night. And when we got to the end of the case, we concluded that it was a freak accident and that Ada Bossy did not kill her. And we were ready to answer questions and ready to answer to that fact. But it was interesting because there's a little bit of doubt. Like, we were so suspicious of Ada Bossy for so long. And the fact that she didn't admit going into that hotel room that night was a big reason to still be suspicious of her. And we still would have answered correctly, but I would have been a little bit more scared to answer correctly if we hadn't read that scene at the hospital where she does admit to going to the hotel room. So my suggestion would be to not let you find that lead during gameplay. I think that was a very poignant scene of Ada Bossy at the hospital. And it sort of was the reveal that she's not the killer. And I think if players had read that ahead of time, it would be too clear that she wasn't the killer. And I think you've already got enough evidence that she's not. So my suggestion would be, take that hospital scene that some players might stumble onto and put it in the epilogue. And don't let players see that before they have to answer questions. Make them answer questions, make them say that it wasn't Ada Bossy, and then give them that scene as the epilogue. I think that's the end of my basic comments. I mean, I loved it. I thought it was an amazing case. I thought Anna did amazing. I'm just blown away. With such a large scope epic thing, it's just amazing how it all came together. Okay, Jonathan Warner says, I'm still not tuned into the whole scoring system overtime with demerits. That's more in general than anything with Anna's case. Okay, well, maybe that's a sign that we need to hammer on that a little bit more. Jonathan says, also, I think we need one more scene at the end with the rookie. I think Jonathan might have a point there. I think Jonathan might have a point that maybe if Brooke is still at the hospital. That little epilogue scene could be of Ada and Brooke together in the same hospital room having that little dialogue. Maybe you put that all together in one little scene with Ada Bossy, Brooke, and Lucas. I do think Jonathan's right, though. Like, the partner dynamic was an important part here. I think for emotional satisfaction, I'd like to see it end with a scene with Brooke. I think Jonathan is right. For the emotional closing of the story, I think, how about he goes in for a checkup? Or Brooke joins you for the discussion with Ada. Or you meet him at home. But I think Jonathan's right. Or maybe change it so Brooke's not at home yet. Have us pick him up from the hospital on the end and take him home. Take him out to get a drink or a restaurant. I think Jonathan, for a case that's so emotionally resonant on so many levels, I think maybe pacing wise, Brooke should be in the hospital till the end and have us pick him up and take him and tell him the story. Like, have the game end as we explain the ending to the story, the ending to the case that we've solved. Something to think about. Anna, what was it like watching us play this over the last 6 days? Anna was very patient. It is crazy to think that Anna wrote this case a year and a half ago, and it's taken a year and a half to get it played. But Anna laid down the law a month ago. She said, it's time to schedule it. It's time for you to play it. And we did. I'm glad we did. What was it like watching us? It must have been a little bit stressful. And maybe, Anna, while you're replying, you can tell the audience a little bit more about the other. You have written, you've started to. Brooke has a case of his own, and Lucas has a case back in time in the like a older case. What are the other cases you're working on or have finished? And then we'll wrap it up here. Maybe they go back to the art museum and have a little chat while they're walking around the art museum. That's an interesting idea. Anna says, it was stressful a bit, but also great. You really sank your teeth into it. I found it very enjoyable and not frustrating. Such a long case, it's hard to not be frustrating, but even when we spent a half an hour looking for something we couldn't find, it all felt like reasonable police procedural work. It never felt like I was brute forcing unpleasant actions. It all felt like I was always doing useful research. I have a finished playtested case ready to go, guilty or not, and now I'm writing a case for Halloween. It might be fun to have more choice at the end in the vein of the cynic romantic choice as well. Yeah, I think Jonathan could have a point there too. I mean, I wouldn't say it's necessary, but there was a moment in the previous case where we had to make some moral choices about how to deal with people, and this one didn't give us didn't have a moral choice for us. And that was a pretty cool moment when we decided about what to do with Marie. And it says 2 other cases in the works also for a while now, but I don't know about them when they'll be ready. So if Anna finishes her Halloween case, we will play it over in October. A short case, hopefully. Jonathan says, looking forward to future cases. Yes, I am as well. All right, we're going to wrap it up here. We've gone late. It's almost 4 a.m. on Thursday evening, Friday morning. A real pleasure. Really, really a pleasure. A pleasure to see such an amazing case written for New York Noir. Such an epic long case. A pleasure to be able to play this with Jonathan Warner. The two of us really have a history with these long cases, and makes a huge difference to me to be able to play it with Jonathan. Wonderful to have Anna in the channel to give us some guidance. Wonderful to have other people coming in and out. Tony Granat, Isara, and others. I mean, what can I say? It's been a real joy, a real special occasion, a special event, very memorable. I feel like I know these characters. What a pleasure. All right, I'll see some of you on Saturday afternoon at 1 p.m. when I do another design diary for New York Noir. I'll talk a little bit about this trilogy as well, I'm sure, and talk about new features on the website, etc. Anna says, don't forget, there's a play-by-mail 5-letter case as well that Anna has written. Has Anna written another 5-letter case that I've completely forgot about? All right, I'll try not to make Anna wait a year and a half, but we need to take a breath. Like these 6-day streams take their toll. We need to take a moment to recover. All right, I'll see you next time.